Everybody, please have a seat so I can call this meeting to an order.
I'm not here and I'm going to
Test. Okay.
Sorry. You get the echo back.
On, but I don't see it. It's gonna echo now. Pass.
Give me something long and you just pass.
This is the NIA board meeting.
I can pick you up. We can have everybody kind of cut back on the extraneous noise.
Ladies and gentlemen, we need you to stop talking for a minute. We're trying to figure out where the feedback's coming. Thank you.
I can hear you back through this, but I don't know if you guys are gonna be able to hear each other.
I can hear you coming through this wall, the ceiling again now.
Okay, I think we might be all right. Because I can hear me coming around a half second. And as long as people hear. That means our people that are joining us by Zoom can hear. And say, let's try, we need to stop.
Okay. All right, Ms. Holmes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. At this time, would you please stand for the pledge of allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Tia, at this time, would you please take roll? Yes. Pamela Slug. Here. Roland Sower.
Here.
Linda Cavazos.
Here.
Greg Malkovich.
Here.
Jake Benny.
Here.
Colin McNaught.
Here.
Kevin McFarland.
Here.
Sorry. Wade Colson. Deanna Riddle.
Present.
Wade is here. Oh, thank you. Rand Sorensen. Give me this one.
Who's joining us?
Alex Woodley. Keith Wimmerman.
Here.
Dennis Holmes.
Here.
David Vick.
Here.
Sean Fitzsimons.
Here.
Jason Odegaard.
Here.
Tammy Hayvick.
Here.
Bob Levitt.
Here.
Domingo Rivera.
Here.
Dave Peterman.
Here.
Ellen Townsend. Here. Xavier Ingham.
Here.
Alex Munoz. Here. Dexter Wallace.
Here.
Nala Williams. Timothy Jackson.
Present.
Paul Anderson.
Here.
Bart Davis.
Here.
Kate Segura. Here. And myself too, Winner.
Thank you. So at this time, let me just confirm, voting member wise, Rayanne is online, but Alex is not. Is that correct?
Right.
Thank you. All right, we will now go to page 5, announcements. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Restrooms are down the hall. Please be cautious of the construction going on. We'll break at 11:30 for lunch, followed by our hearing workshop. I think that might be all we've got right now. I think everything else to be covered in the regular agenda. Mr. Jackson. Oh, and the golf discussion will occur at 12:30. So we'll come out of lunch for the golf discussion because we have people joining us from the north and the south. And then we'll go into the workshop right after that, unless there's time for another agenda item. We'll get a flexible agenda.
We have not approved the flexible agenda. but
That's
we're doing
what
that.
it's, yeah.
Okay, good. All right, so let's go to page number 6 for public comment. This time provides an opportunity for citizens to address the board about any matter not on the agenda. Items raised during the portion of the agenda cannot be deliberated or acted upon until notice procedures of the open meeting law has been complied with. Should a member of the public wish to speak on a matter not listed on the agenda, it is asked that that person please complete a public comment card and submit it to the president prior to the opening of this item. At least 3 minutes per person or 5 minutes for the spokesperson of a particular group may be imposed. It is requested that comments be directed to the board as a whole. Comments that are determined to be irrelevant, repetitious, offensive, inflammatory, willfully disruptive, or deemed to be personal attacks will not be permitted. At this time, we have 3 public comments. Bring that to Tia to read.
Yeah.
Tia, we have that, thank you.
Okay, this first public comment is from Virginia Sorensen. Good evening, Tim and Tia. Hello, Nick. Okay, we're gonna skip over the reading part. I would like to request a review to move women's flag football from winter to the traditional fall season. There are 31 states that play school flag football, and all but 4 hold it in the fall. New York, Florida, Hawaii, and Tennessee have spring season. We are an outlier. Northern Nevada cannot participate due to weather, so there is just no state championship. Our girls cannot attend regional tournaments, and small adjacent states have a fall season. This also does not align with the college recruiting season. It is one of the fastest growing sports in the US, and the NCAA has called it an emerging sport. 10 NCAA and 24 NAIA institutions currently offer flag football. Until this change can possibly be discussed, I'd like to request an application process for dual sport exceptions. This is especially important for smaller schools who cannot roster a full team for all positions, given the current conflict with basketball. I have found at least 19 states allow application for dual sports. Among them are our neighbors, Arizona, California, Colorado, Hawaii, Oregon, and Washington. There are some consistent practices among all of these, and I'm happy to share separately. Student athlete well-being and safety are priority. I have already shared with Tim. I appreciate your consideration for Virginia Sorensen.
Thank you. We also have 2 additional speakers at this time. I'd like to bring Dallas Larson up forward. Facility in Plainfield. Tia, will you be timing?
Yes. 1 second.
Okay. Thank you.
I won't run the mic in case there's feedback, but Dallas Larson, athletic director at Monmouth High School. I'm here on behalf of my girls soccer coach, who for the last couple of years has had an issue with a couple of the playing fields that our teams are playing at. And how they are maintained, I guess. There's some city parks and things that we play at for the last 2 years. Our team arrives and there's beer bottle caps all over the playing field and different things that she tells me every year. I'm worried about my kids getting tetanus shots after the game because of what's there. I know the NIAA does have before school can join, there is something that goes around and check facilities. I just don't know if there's a way that we could have more of an annual review of some kind to check on the quality and the condition of fields that we're asking all athletes to play at. But I told her that I would come to the board, because I believe this is an NIAA issue, not a school district issue, for what we're seeing. So just to bring it to your attention that there does need to be some kind of quality control for some of the fields and things that our student athletes are asked to be playing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Ludwigson, sorry, if you would please come to the mic.
Thank you, Yori Levinson, Virgin Valley High School. Kind of along the same lines, we had an issue where we played football at the park, and we played Democracy Prep the other day. The field's really not safe. You got large grates on the side. It's not wide enough to put a football field on. You have no room on the sideline. There's no scoreboard. Both fans are on the same side with small bleachers. It's just not a safe environment to play at. And so that's one that maybe's been on your radar, but that's really not a football facility, to say the least. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. All right, now if you could please turn to page number 7. Approval of agenda for the September 24th, 25th, 2024 NIAA Board of Control. I would ask whoever makes the motion that you also include a flexible agenda.
Wayne Polson, Region 3, I move to approve a flexible agenda.
Do we have a second? Ms. Cavazos, okay, Ms. Cavazos. Linda will second that motion. Okay. Do we have any questions? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ms. Sorensen?
Aye, sorry.
Good, you're good, you're good. All right, motion passes with the flexible agenda. Thank you so much. All right, with that said, let me go up. We are now going to go to agenda item number 7. Go to page 14. Introduction to new NIAA staff. I will be turning this over to Mr. Jackson.
Good morning. Thank you, everyone. Again, welcome. As you know, I pointed out at a meeting last week that effectively we have 4 years, 9 months of total office experience now, and 4 years, 2 months is right to our right here in Park. So we had some people we had to replace. We had to replace nearly 30 years of experience. And through conversations with staff, interview process, and numerous further conversations, what we decided the best step forward was to bring on Ms. Kate Segroy from CCSD. Scoot down a little bit here so Ms. Sloan doesn't reach over and smack me with the gavel.
All is good.
All is good. And then talking with Jay and other association presidents and executive directors, Nevada was one of the few states that did not have a dedicated coordinator of officials. And we decided that that person would be best, or that position would be best filled with Ms. Ellen Townsend. So they have both joined our staff in their capacities, and we're welcoming them along. There'll be more on that later.
All right, now we will go to item number 8. If you could please turn to page 16. Introduction of the new board members and liaisons. Yeah, I will turn this over to Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, to Jack. For the record again, we have a lot of new members to our board, as you can look around the room and see. I asked them to provide me a little bit of background, but I discovered that, much like everyone else in this room, most people don't like to talk about themselves. Yeah, so I thought it'd be best if I just briefly went around the room and introduced our new members and kept it very, very professional and very clean to start with. To my right is Mr. Greg Malkovich. He is from Churchill County. He is replacing Mr. Matt Hyde, and we welcome him along. He has experience in education as well. Was an area superintendent, and just learned that he actually had recruited teachers from my hometown, which means we have college educated people in my hometown, which is always a benefit for Bart to learn. Two people, there we are. To my left is Mr. Kenny. He is our new parent liaison, replacing Mr. Marini. If I'm not mistaken, former pitcher for the Wolfpack. Daughter, freshman.
I have three nieces actually who are playing sports at two local high schools right now, and I have a son who'll be going something else.
There we go. So we welcome him as our parent liaison. We also have Mr. Keith Ripperman to my right, principal at Centennial High School. And I know he has a tennis player in his family. And he has been a longtime supporter of athletics and is, along with Ms. Sloan, probably more involved in bringing middle school athletics to the Clark County School District than any two people in this room. Thank you for the nod, and he's excited to be here. Thank you. Down to the left over here is Mr. Dennis Holmes. He is the superintendent liaison out of Pershing County. Sorry, I'm still learning my geography. Don't shake your head in disgust. I'm trying, Sean. I went out to his first board meeting. I believe that was your first board meeting. I was at his first board meeting, taking over for Mr. Feck. Welcome him to the board and thank him for his service. And right out the gate, we have a site for baseball and softball for state. And it's a wonderful facility. They are doing amazing things out there, and thank you for that. We have three new student liaisons. We have Alex Munoz down here at the end. She is from, do not tell me, Carson. She joins us. Alex participates in, I know, Stuco for one, and girls soccer. So she comes with a high recommendation. We're looking forward to her. Dexter is our gentleman member, and he is out at Elko, and he is joining us remotely because I pointed to the owls. I apologize. He is listening to us. Dexter, I know you're Stuco, and what else are you in?
I also do cross country and track.
There we go. So we have our second runner, and then Nala Williams is from Cimarron Memorial. She had to take care of some. She has joined us online. Miss Williams, can you hear me?
Yeah, solid.
Hello,
Okay. Oh, and what sports do you participate in, Miss Williams?
I play flag football and I run track.
So we have a nice little umbrella of athletic coverage with our student liaisons. And I welcome them. And I think I've got everyone around the table that is new. And I welcome you all. Thank you for serving in the capacities that you are elected to serve.
You good?
Very good.
Good. Welcome, everyone. This is definitely will be an adventure, so just hold on, here we go. All right, if we could please now go to item number 7, consent agenda items. As you know, those of you that have been part of the board, this is brand new. We're clumping a lot of things. This will also save time. I'm just gonna read what's on the agenda here. It says, the Nevada Interscholastic Activity Association Board of Control may take items on the agenda out of order, may combine 2 or more agenda items for consideration, and may remove an item from the agenda or delay discussion relating to the items at any time. So at this time, if you would please take a look at the consent agenda items, because those will be voted on all together. And if any of you have any items that you would like pulled, for instance, I do have one person, we need to pull number C, approval of increase of officials fees for swimming and track. and talk about that after this consent. Are there any other items? NIAA staff waiting.
With Polson Region 3, I move to approve the consent agenda with removal of item 9C.
Thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second? Keith with the second. We have a first, we have a second. Any discussion, any questions, Colin?
Oh, no, before, I just want to make sure that officials constitute, what is it called? Officials.
Constitution?
Constitution. Is this?
No.
Okay, it's just a modification. Because that, I don't. What is there anything major that?
Would would you like for me to pull this
Yeah, I just,
for the
well, I just
consent?
want, well,
and
we have
have-
a motion right now, so I just wanted to just confirm or just hear, if there is anything major that.
If we're gonna discuss it, we'll need to pull it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so then I would be open to that, but there's already. There's.
Would you like to amend your motion?
With Polson Region 3, I move to approve the consent agenda with removal of 9C and 9D.
Thank you. We have a first. Keith seconds that. Any further discussion or any other items you would like to remove besides? The motion is to pull 9C and 9D. All in favor with the remaining, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Rayanne,
Aye.
thank you. You know I gotta call on you, so be prepared. So, all right, that motion passes. Thank you very much. All right, so let's go to the official fees. Go to page 47. Wait for me to see the. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right, so based on, let me just, the swim fee, I'll just be honest with you, on page 46 is fine. However, there are two things on here that I need to address to the board, just have a conversation. If you go to page 48. For the NIAA track and field, the officials fee, where it states SNOA 6.5 hours overtime, we do not pay overtime. We've already had this discussion and this was supposed to be removed. So that will need to be removed. We have to make a motion on that.
yeah, well, I would do this too.
Okay,
We can
yeah,
insert
we're not,
that.
yeah, we're not, and there's something else in there too. So number one. And then number two, if you would go back to page 47 for the official fee. Oh, but this was a handout, just out of curiosity. Yeah, oh, this
That-
reflects.
Yeah,
Okay, so if you go to page 47, the single official gate fees, those were not listed. But I know you also received a handout, and Ellen. I'm not sure what this handout was, because all these fees on page 47 are not listed here. So we're just looking at the,
Yeah.
okay, it's not. Okay, so that's what's being proposed currently for the official fees. Ellen, did you have a comment?
Ellen Townsend, business liaison. I just updated it with the actual fee that's. The handout front and back is actually on the website and we approved this, and this is the one they approved. I believe the corrected varsity on there. Yeah, and that sort of thing, so we corrected that.
So just for clarification purposes, what will be on the NIAA.com, the official fee will reflect page 47 with the insert of the single official game fees plugged in. Correct? Okay, because everything to the left isn't consistent with what on 47. Okay.
so that's number 9C.
Yeah.
That addended.
Okay, are there any other questions, Paul?
Just talk about. I don't know what we are. Doing here, like we're approving page 47 or the handout. Or.
I'm gonna turn to Mr. Jackson.
So if you look at page 47, you'll see that there are listed JV freshmen, 2 officials, JV freshmen, 3 officials, right? Okay, if you look at the handout, what we've done is we cleaned that up to the top. So the soccer now says varsity 2 or 3, JV frosh 2 or 3. Instead of delineating it out, it's just cleaner. What was omitted off of the original was the bottom right corner single thing. So all we've done is clean it up, make it neater, make it easier to read, and put in the correct one. So in essence, this is what you'll see on the website.
You know, so page 47 is not it.
Correct, this is all correct now. Same price.
So it's gonna look like.
Yes, it's all, that windows right now. Line. Oh, you have a question?
But,
Oh, Sean.
oh, Sean,
Thank you. Sean Simons, 2A liaison. Some of us in our small districts are, obviously, we wear a lot of hats and we see this up close with our officials fees and paying those during season, after the season. Question for Ellen, the varsity fees, if I'm reading this right, this is for the next 2 years locked in, right? So there won't be any other fees. And what was the varsity football official? It's now 95. Was that 70 something the last time? Does anyone have that?
Ellen Townsend, officials liaison, I believe it was 7350. All the varsity sports were 7350. And then, the superintendents, Donnie presented this fee structure to them, I think back in May. And the superintendents agreed unanimously that they would go with this fee structure that you're seeing on the handout.
okay, I'm gonna turn to Mr. Jackson, letting.
That was approved in the June board meeting. Yeah.
And I was, sorry, Sean Simons doing. I was here online with the June meeting here and there, so I just, you look at the rider fee and the driver fee, and some of us are out in the frontier, and we've never complained about any of our officials from messing away. Football varsity, we're only gonna get 4 officials anyway. We're not, getting the scorekeepers and chain people, that's fine. For basketball as well, we only pay 2. And just something for the board, the liaisons to keep in mind when we have shot clock next year. I know similar states have made certain school districts pay for a 3rd official just to keep in charge of the shot clock. Not that they're running the shot clock, just that 3rd official kind of checks. Just want to bring that up public record because if next year when we institute the shot clock, if we are kind of some of these smaller school districts trying to force to pay 3 officials, it's gonna be almost impossible. So with our budget, so thank you, and thank you for the clarification.
Any other questions, discussions in regards to this?
Sorry.
Yes, sir. Paul.
Sorry, I'm wrapping my head
You're
around.
good.
Page 46 is also something that we are going to approve here, correct? And this is a change. If so, what is it? Or can you just clarify page 46 for me as
You
well?
wanted to, yes, Mr. Jackson.
Tim Jack for the record. So at the June board meeting, this was not correctly labeled out. Okay, and the adjustments were made and agreed upon to be brought back in this form to be approved by the board. So these prices were already set, they were just not the correct ones. So instead of doing it in the June board meeting, we decided to bring back this and track as one item to be approved after the board had decided to approve this price in June. It was not reflected correctly, so we brought it back. And then inadvertently, when we brought back the track, I did not remove the overtime. And that's where that mistake was made.
So we're essentially approving the aesthetic
Yes,
of this.
yes,
Right.
thank you. That's a better way of saying it. Way more succinct than my nonsense.
So in other words, we are approving pages 47.
Yes.
For the swim fee,
Not page 47, the handout.
the handout,
Yes,
yes,
yes.
the handout and. Well, on the back side. Is that correct? Oh, that's right.
That's right.
Okay, and we need to approve the removal on page 48 of the SNOA overtime. So right now, We're looking for a motion for those three things. Pete,
Centennial High School, I make a motion.
Wait, second.
okay. Any further discussion, comments, questions? Okay, hearing none. All in favor, say aye. Any
I,
opposed? There you go. Thank you. All right, the ayes have it. Thank you very much. All right, now if you would please turn to page 49. For discussion on the NIAA Official Association Constitution. I think I'm gonna turn this over to
Good question.
Colin, what are your questions?
Oh, calling out before, just wanted to, I don't know who made the modifications, but if you could just, like, is there anything, or maybe just summarize the changes that were made for this, just so I understand what's changed?
Ellen, I'm gonna turn this over to you.
Ellen Townsend, Great Lakes Liaison, during our May President's Commissioners meeting, we brought this Constitution in front of all the presidents and commissioners, went through it, there was a committee made up of myself, Vince Christosic and Kendra Collette, where we kind of went through and made some changes and had the various commissioners and presidents within each part discussed it. It's kind of a cleanup. We try to do that every, 4 or 5 years, probably been longer than that. To go through there and see what things basically needed to be updated. And so we went through that. We clarified some regulation changes, they are no longer like on page 53, number 11, disqualification procedures. That we updated it with the correct regulation. So, and some of this was just editing for grammar, some words were missing. And we looked at certain things and we didn't need to have it there anymore. It's already covered somewhere else in the document. So really, there aren't any, what I would call any major changes of any sort, which is more of cleaning it up and making it a little bit more succinct and putting words in like NIAA regulations instead of just NIAA handbook, because there isn't one anymore. So a lot of it just like up page 59, under minimum membership requirements, we needed to add flag football, because that was a new sport, and then we also changed swimming and diving to clarify that. So there was just some clarifications that we went through.
Thank you.
I think Pam and Tim were there and made some suggestions on some language as well, so.
All right, I'm gonna turn to Mr. Jackson.
Just so the board is aware of the next coming meetings, you're gonna get documents like this quite often. So that you're aware. One of the things we're doing in the office is this, we've discovered that a lot of the items that we have been using for are PDF and there is no original. So we're trying to update them. The other thing we're going to start doing is consistent formatting. For example, the swimming and diving is the proper name, flag football, girls, apostrophe, S', volleyball. I know it's very simple, but it's going to have to be brought back to the board because we want there to be a consistency from our documentation to the, when you go to get a document, they all should be exactly the same in the sense that they are professionally presented, professionally done, and we change the alignment. So that's what you'll see in a lot of these as we go forward. For future reference, when I do this, I will denote it in the agenda item that it is an update or formatting or language, and that way you would know. Because if you'd have known that on you could have went through here real quick and said, oh, everything red is added, everything blue is been addended, whatever the case may be. But we're going to be doing quite a bit of that as a staff as we move forward, so that everything is more accessible and easily attainable for anybody who needs. Thank you.
Thank you. With that said, we will need a motion.
Point Folsom Region 3, I move to approve 9D, the approval of the officials' constitution.
We have a first, need a second. Great, thank you. Okay, we're, first we have a second. Any additional questions or comments in regards to this? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, the ayes have it. All right, now if you could please turn to page 72. Yeah, 72, the financial report. Mr. Jackson.
So in front of you, you have the financial packet. We are not gonna have any action on this today. You also have in front of you the audits from our auditing company, so there are three things in front that I'm referencing. I apologize for that. One is a staple bound set of documents. That is the financial statement for review tonight. The second one is the audit of the Nevada Association of Student Councils. That is the spiral bound thinner one. And the second one, or third one, is the NIAA Activities Association audit, which is also spiral bound. That being said, if you look at the draft budget is also on there, that's brought back. Anything in yellow has been changed. Anything in red is an adjustment. So as you're looking at that, the reason there is an adjustment in dues, one school was charged twice. So we went through and looked, we had to charge them twice, so the amount we were actually going to be bringing in was less. So instead of 382,732, we will bring in 381,217.50 in dues. The adjustments in event expenses are in yellow. They are removing of the ticketing expense to zero. We are going to do that as a pass through. And then we have increased the tournament, all other expenses that are in yellow have been increased to adjust for anticipated rises in costs. So if you would review those tonight, then the income statement, event expenses, and then the balance sheets for the NIAA and the NASC are also included. We'll review those tomorrow with any questions, and I'll go into more details of what you're looking at, but they're for your review tonight.
Thank you. All right, now we're gonna mix it up a little bit. If you would please go to page 99, American Heritage Membership Application. Again, page 99. Actually, I'm going to turn this over to Kate.
Okay, so I will be presenting American Heritage's membership application for full membership. If you would just kind of skim through their application that was submitted in August regarding their sports, I'm going to go over most of this information in the pages starting on 103. So if you go to 103, I put together a little presentation first to just review their membership and the past few years, and then I'll let them speak on that as well. So on 103, permission to play was granted in 21-22 school year. Year one of associate membership was 22-23, and they've since had, this will be their third year as an associate member at the conclusion of this school year. So they are eligible and applying to full general membership for the following school year, 25-26. If you look at page 104, their enrollment numbers are listed there. And they can speak on their current enrollment numbers for this year when they speak, but it's generally about the same, which would classify them in 2A in the southern region based on being private school with a multiplier. At the bottom of 104 is their participation numbers. Again, they can speak on their participation numbers from this year and plans for the sports for the rest of this school year. Reason we're doing this now is so that they can be a part of the region if they are approved by the board. So 22-23, as you can see, they only had a boys and girls sport in the fall and the spring. And the winter, they did not have a girls sport, girls basketball. So in 23-24, with their first school year, having a boys and girls team in each season. And at the conclusion of this school year, and with just girls basketball season, technically, they will have had 2 full years, consecutive years with having a boys and girls team at all 3 sports. If there's any questions on what those sports are that are listed, just let me know. But we got volleyball, cross country, kind of abbreviated that for you there. The only team that they had with a lower level offered was girls volleyball in the 22-23 school year. They're hoping to possibly have some lower levels, maybe boys volleyball this year, so that is forthcoming. They did complete all the no cancellations from their school end of the contest. They did fill all their schedules. And as I mentioned there, the 2-year conclusion of girls basketball will be complete with boys and girls each season. On 105, this starts some of the site visit report. So on Thursday, September 5th, I went over to their facility, took a look, I took some pictures for you. So as you can see here, the boys and girls locker room, there's some photos there. The girls locker room was a bit larger than the boys locker room. Some possible concerns would be for like basketball halftime for the boys side, not quite adequate space in that area for them to be able to congregate as an opposing team. So that was some of the things that we talked about during our visits. If you go to 106, I've outlined a bit about their gym. It is a large space. There are 6 courts. The ceiling is slanted a bit, as you can see in the upper right-hand corner photo. Occupancy was 800. They do secure their building during events. They have a side entrance that you can see in the upper left-hand photo. In the back there of the gym is where they have teams and also spectators coming through. They do not have air conditioning currently, so they are using swamp coolers, and we'll talk about that in a bit. They have several of those 2 to 3 tiered bleachers that you can also see in some of the photographs that are used for seating for spectators. As you can see them listed there, or how you can see them behind the courts. I asked, where those are located during games. They did say they pull them to the sides of the court. I also have some testimony from schools that have played them regarding that I'll get to in a second. They are resurfacing floors in the summer of 2025. Some of the concerns we may have there are with the dimensions for the basketball courts as well as the hoop placement. As you can see, the hoops, the volleyball standards and bleachers are all portable. There are no holes for volleyball, so when resurfacing of the flooring happens, they just need to ensure that all of that is up to standards. There are scoreboards at each of the 6 courts. 2 of them did have foul counts. Currently, they were not using the one with the foul court count for that court for varsity basketball games. And we suggested possibly using that court as a better overall system. The shot clocks that they do have currently are portable. We talked about how we are implementing the shot clocks soon, and that is possibly something they may want to look into doing soon to get those behind the hoops. The scores table, they just had a small table that was used. You can kind of see it in the upper right-hand corner by the full map photo. Wall padding, there was padding on the sides of the courts, but there were no padding behind the hoops, so that was a possible concern. And they had balls and parts for the sports in the gym. Moving on to their soccer field on 107, some photographs there. It is a fully secured area with walls and wire. There's 1 point of entry for all their outdoor athletic facilities. They have the same portable 2 to 3 tier bleachers that they pull out for those events. Regulation goal, regulation size soccer field. There's 10-yard lines that are on the field. Portable snack shack, water stations for spectators. They can get access to the building for restrooms. Portable scoreboard that's brought outside. They obviously have balls. The possible hazard that we saw is just 10 feet outside of the out of bounds lines at both the sideline, the furthest northern sideline and the eastern end line was kind of a drop off for drainage, as you can see photographed there below. I talked to Ellen about this, she and Vince as well, and we talked about if there were any complaints about this or concerns from officials. And no one had any concerns. They basically felt that it was far enough from the sideline and end line that it wasn't a concern. They are participating in track and cross country. They cannot host due to their facilities, but they have, use their facilities for practice, are able to use Sunset Park if need be for cross country. And the last piece of their facilities, tennis court, they do have 2 courts used for practice with net balls. They do rent out Whitney Mesa for hosting contests as they can't host on campus with only 2 courts. Moving on to just logistics. Currently, they're not having ticket sales, but they do have those secured single point of entrance for both indoor and outdoor facilities. So they are able to do so for regionals, for any postseason down the road. Security plan, they have 8 armed security monitors at all events. Administrator and AD are on campus for all events. They are able to have a separate space for opposing teams. Again, there could be some possible concern with the size of those that we can discuss. They've greeted officials, offered them space upstairs in the adult only restroom. They do not have a trainer on site, but they do have, staff that is certified and triages and contacts an appropriate emergency response when necessary. Emergency action plan, they are working on doing one for sports and practices and events outside of their regular emergency action plans they have just for campus, but they do have a system, evacuation plan and all of the necessary things that you would need on campus. AED and first aid kits are available on the campus. There's parking for buses available. They also have 192 parking spots on campus, as well as access to the parking garage across the street for overflow parking. A little bit of general input from the member schools. As far as league meetings, they did attend the 23-24 preseason NIA meeting where the league did meet. They were not in attendance this year at the 24-25 preseason meeting. Ms. Forbush was in attendance at the NATIVE conference here in Las Vegas in 2023. We have not received any complaints from officials to the president of SNOA or to Ellen, the liaison. They did have a few issues with rostering just this year with the girls volleyball roster, which is not input in time for the first game, but they got that corrected very quickly. And then what I have listed there on 109, on the top there, the anecdotal data collected from some member schools. I did reach out to several schools that have competed against American Heritage as well as been hosted by them. Some of the concerns were regarding the temperature in the gym, which, as I mentioned, they are going to be getting air conditioning going on in the summer of 2025, so that will hopefully alleviate that for the future. Another concern that some schools had were that there were other games happening. Their middle school sports often were playing at the same time as the high school sports in that gym space. As you can see, there were 6 courts there, so quite a bit of space, and they were scheduling some of those games at the same time where there was possible distractions, interference with ball, space constraints. Some issues that may have been discussed about transporting their students to really further distance schools, which could come into play being in the 2A. There was no padding behind the hoops, so that's a possible safety concern there, although, we did not get any reports from officials that they were concerned about it, just something to keep in mind. It was told to me that portable scoreboards were used possibly during basketball games versus the ones that are on the walls in there. So I'm just using, those could be an issue. The seating, there were bleachers during games behind the hoops when we were talking about that. They had stated they were on the side. So again, more of a safety concern and just making sure we have the adequate space and that they're not behind the hoops. The locker rooms, as we discussed as well already, that the students may not have been offered, the locker room area and may not have been the size that could fit an entire team. So it's just an area of consideration, bottom of 109, the air conditioning and floor, making sure the dimensions and hoop positioning are accurate. Scheduling of other events in the gym during high school contests was a concern. Just having adequate space and accommodations for opposing teams, the officials, the size of the boys locker room was a bit small. Securing that transportation for away games, adequate seating for the larger events in gymnasium, especially when we're looking at postseason, that could be a concern. Padding behind the hoops and the use of the courts that have the more detailed scoreboards would be a recommendation. There was one other concern that was brought up about their volleyball standards being portable. There's no holes in the floor for those. I talked to Ellen and she can speak if she got any more information about that. That there were no concerns and that it is typically used. So I don't know if you want to talk on that. Got any more information about it.
Ellen Townsend, officials liaison. Yeah, my contacts with the SNOA, Mr. Robinson, he didn't have any concerns or issues regarding your volleyball setup, the stand, whether it was portable or not. He seemed to say it was pretty secure. Everything was good.
So that's my report. I did want to give American Heritage an opportunity to kind of speak on their behalf with 24-25 enrollment numbers, rostering, what sports that they're planning to continue to have for this school year and moving forward, and then obviously open it up for any questions.
Right, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to be with you for consideration as full members in IAA. My name is Laurel Beckstead. I am the head of School of American Heritage Academy. I have been the head for 15 years. American Heritage Academy is a nonprofit accredited biblical classical education school. We have 750 scholars and 170 of those students are high school age. I have seen our school grow from a small school building without even a proper playground to an outstanding facility with 150,000 square feet on more than 10 acres. Several years ago, we purchased Club Sport in Green Valley and transformed it into a school. And our facility is amazing. We have 6 indoor basketball, volleyball courts. Additionally, we have 100-yard soccer and flag football field with synthetic turf, yard markers, and regulation goalposts. We also have 2 full-size tennis courts, as mentioned. Our school is currently at capacity. Our athletic program, however, has been the largest growing aspect of our school, mostly because we did not even have a sports program 7 years ago to what we have today, and we think that will continue that trend. This year, we have employed 2 full-time athletic directors. Ms. Forbush has been doing that herself, and we have added Mr. Carl Forsyth, as he also has experience in this area. We have 3 full-time PE teachers, and we have an after-school sports skills camp for elementary and middle school scholars to prepare them to play our high school sports. Additionally, we have a very large sports program for our 3rd graders to 8th graders. And they play in the Valley Athletic Conference currently. So we're helping them prepare and train for high school sports. For fall, we have in boys cross country 3 athletes. In girls cross country, 2 athletes. One of those athletes that is a boy and one that is a girl have been actually recruited. We have girls varsity volleyball with 13 athletes, girls JV volleyball with 15 athletes, boys varsity tennis with 5 athletes, and girls varsity tennis with 6 athletes. For the winter, we will have a boys basketball team with 13 athletes and a girls basketball team with 13 athletes. And for the spring, we will have a boys volleyball team with 15 athletes, girls varsity track with 6 athletes, and boys varsity track with 8 athletes. For the 25-26 school year, we intend to add girls JV volleyball, boys JV basketball, and boys JV volleyball. Our anticipated growth in high school next year with numbers is 8 to 10%, which would be from 170 scholars in high school to 185. We limit our growth to maintain our classical education and cultures and standards of our school. While we have had growth at our school every year, we try to build from the bottom up. We are also increasing the number of current students who are able and willing to do competitive sports by focusing on building their athletic abilities at a younger age. Just remember, we had no sports facilities over 7 years ago to now having one of the largest sports facilities in our state. Even though we will always be a smaller school compared to large public schools, we believe that our athletics will come to match the excellence of our academics and our award-winning fine arts department. Every year, if you know anything about our school, we have continued to improve our facilities, and we've redone the roof of the gym, the ceiling of the gym. This next summer, we are adding HVAC. We can only do these things during the summer because we cannot have students on campus. And we are also refinishing the indoor courts. Currently, there are 9 swamp coolers and fans that we use, but in our heat, that is sometimes not preferred. The cooling, although has been adequate most of the time in the past 30 years, the indoor courts have existed. We just feel that the air conditioning will make it more comfortable for playing and viewing. And that is an example of how we will continue to improve our facility every year. We also, as a school, are aware of our commitment necessary to be part of NIAA. And the development of our facility and our schooling shows our commitment to continuous improvement and progression. And we are also aware of our limitations being a boutique type school, but we are dependable and we are in fact effective in all of our endeavors. And so we thank you for your consideration. And we will hopefully be not only the best academic school, but athletic one as well.
Thank you. At this time, Sean, you have anything to add?
A lot, actually.
Thank you.
Sean Simon's 2A liaison. Nice to see
Hi.
you in person. Nice to see you again. I've known Darcy a couple of years. The Lincoln County team and other 2A schools have played American Heritage. I share the same sentiments as what Kate's report had said, mainly centered around facilities. And before I get to that, just on page 101 for the board. So they're coming to 2A. I see that they have a cross country and girls volleyball for the fall. This is also becoming a 3A issue because 2A does not have soccer, 2A does not have tennis. In the winter, they just talked about basketball. In the spring, 2A schools have baseball, softball, and track and field. 2A does not have boys volleyball. So if they're approved, it's going to take 3A as well to incorporate them into those leagues. And I know most people on the board know that, but I'm just trying to share that with the general public and others that aren't aware. Man, you talked about cross country. Like, I guess my question is what are your numbers? What do you think they'll be? I know that's hard to say, but your girls cross country isn't even really a full team, right? I think you have 4, 5.
Right, so we have students who are willing and able to participate in cross-country. We just have most of our students in the middle school who will then be, as we want to focus on building for students who've been at our school who will be in high school. So yeah, right now the numbers are low, but we have a lot more out at practice that are not currently competing that we're training to do so.
In relation to that too, you mentioned girls track with only 6 girls as well in spring, which is in a full team. I mean, as a 2A liaison, we're always looking for what's best for kids, what's best for our league. We did go down there and play basketball in Lincoln County, December of 2023. Most of the issues we had, again, gracious hosts, the boys locker room situation was an issue. There was an after-school program in there in the cafeteria or something when we went through liability reasons, that kind of stuff. That was, we just kind of stayed out on the court at halftime. But one thing about being a basketball coach, and Domingo will tell you this, I can't coach or teach or instruct my players if there's another ball bouncing somewhere. That to me, that's just like, can't really do that. And it seemed like during that game, there was other things going on, as Kate had mentioned. A volleyball was on the other side and a Brandon volleyball come over during the game. And I actually heard about American Heritage through Bart. We are so maxed out in Southern 2A, we get 16 league games right off the bat, so we can only schedule 2 more. So we schedule associate members to get these games, and usually it's like we want them to come to Panaca. Darcy had told me that we can't really swing that, come to Panaca the first time out. So we that's another issue if you're going to be in Southern 2A. There's trips to the frontier, Ely, Nevada, Eagles, California, Panaca, Nevada. I know you're aware of that, but we have plans for transportation.
Yes, so let me address now, right next to the boys locker room is a room that we can use for visiting teams. It's a science room, which is connected right there. That can give private space. We also have another boy and girl bathroom that is outside of the lunchroom that can be utilized as well. So there is space. I mean, you see what we use right now, but 150,000 square foot facility, that's not going to hold us back. We can have a room designated for a team that's visiting. Also, we do go to a lot of leadership retreats. We go to Santa Barbara. We do provide transportation. we know, and so does the board of directors, that being in 2A, part of the benefit is traveling. And so we are aware and will provide traveling when that opportunity does arise, because we do have, 15 passenger, vehicles that we will be utilizing for that, but that'll be when we need it, but we do use those now. So thank you.
And you've answered some of my questions. You guys own the building outright now?
Yes, we own the building.
That wasn't always the case though, correct? Or was that?
Well, we've always had owning of the building, it's just free of debt.
Okay, and then bleachers were mentioned, adding, some of the aluminum bleachers were kind of behind the hoop. Basketball was portable, but there was no bleacher maybe directly behind it, but the bleachers are pretty close.
So we have a lot of bleachers, especially when they came to visit us to tell us about hoop placement. To me, that's all cosmetic, not really for you playing sports, but it's something that we can do. We do have extra padding. I know that was mentioned as well, but we are going through, an improvement phase and have had people come in to talk about painting and doing the floors and making it all more aesthetically pleasing as well. So that's part of our improvement plan.
And would you be able to, if admitted membership, clear the entire schedule for no use of any other court during, like when you're hosting basketball?
Exactly. I mean, everyone is begging to use our space. It's a scheduling, if that is an issue, of course, we will, if we had a high school game in there, we don't have to schedule other games during that time. So, we would do that for sure. It's just, we love the fact that 6 of our courts can be used, and we do have dividers between the courts too of nets. So sometimes if you do have other games going, we should be using those nets to make sure the balls stay in each court.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It was just, you would have the power to, hey, this is a Southern 2A league contest. We're clearing the schedule that day. Nobody can be in there except for, and then you'd have more adequate room for parents and fans.
Yes, I mean, like I said, we want it to be the very best, and we're working toward that.
And you're working towards scoreboards that will be mounted on the walls.
Right, yeah. This last summer, we worked mostly, we replaced the entire ceiling. And then the last summer, we did the whole roof. And then it's going to take all summer to do the HVAC and the flooring. Yeah.
One final thing from the board, to consider in Southern 2A this year, we have 9 schools. Everybody has JV girls volleyball, which is phenomenal for that reason. She did add that they are looking to add JV, they'll come in with JV girls volleyball next year.
Basketball. We have JV.
We have JV volleyball, yes.
We have half the league, only 4 teams in our Southern 2A have JV girls basketball. So if you were to come in with JV girls basketball, that is a bonus. Although at the bottom of 104, if everyone is with me, currently they've only competed in a boys and girls team each season for 1 year. They will complete 2 years at the conclusion of girls basketball this season, which normally isn't. Right, Mr. Jackson, as far as, just bring that up. Sorry.
Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, Tim Jackson for the record. The reason they're here today is twofold. One is to present their membership, and the second thing is with the understanding that they must field that team to meet the requirement. The reason we need them to do the membership now is we will realign before the next board meeting to approve them for the fall. So we would be, in essence, we would have to go back and redo the fall if we didn't do this now. It's easier to remove a school than it is to insert a school into the schedule. So from that standpoint, the determination from my office was, we will let them present now with the understanding they must field that basketball team to meet the requirements. And in doing so, then we would be okay.
You're talking about the varsity basketball?
Yes.
Yes,
varsity.
we did a varsity last year.
Yeah,
so this year.
this year would be the second year.
Yes,
We would be able to start the realignment process for the fall with them in the membership status. If we did not do this, we would have to wait till January, and then we were falling back. Bart, do you have anything you wanted to add on that?
Park Davis and I staff, because they're gonna be a two-way school. We align the two-way, at least under our policies and procedures that are gonna come forward to this board for the entirety of the school year. So if we didn't do this now, we basically hamstrung the entire two-way from doing anything until they come back to us again.
Sometimes too, I guess the last thing I have is, you said your capacity now, is there a plan, crystal ball, basically next 3 years after the next year alignment to possibly go to 3A? Are you wanting to keep your numbers at 2A, you admit students based on?
Well, we've had a steady and consistent growth, as every school year. When I say we reach capacity, is we'd like to keep our class sizes to 20. And so currently in our facility, we have enough room, but I also know, we need additional parking. A 750 is because of our parking, not because of our facility. So that is something that we have to get approved to have more students at our school, which, you know, it's inevitable, that our school will continue to grow. I'm giving very, honest, conservative growth numbers here. Just so you know, during COVID, we doubled in size because we were open those 2 years. So since that point, we have limited students attending our school because we have to maintain the culture and standards. We have 100% college acceptance. Our AP pass rate is 90%. So if we just bring somebody into our high school program, you know, because they love our sports facility, they wouldn't be able to academically or culturally keep up with our classical curriculum. So we do have a very strong 5, 6, and 7, 8 girls basketball teams, and the 7, 8 that will be our freshman year is a very strong team. And so building from that middle school up, we will see that our teams will be greater in number because of how many in middle school are doing sports at our school right now.
Then no other further questions for me, but I'd like to hear from maybe Jason, the 3A liaison, or even Dave.
Okay, hang on, I'm gonna go to Rollins first.
And mine might address yours here. Great presentation.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank NIAA and Kate for the work they've done with regards to bringing this to our group. And the information is phenomenal. We haven't had this kind of a presentation regarding an interest of the school making this request in a while. So this is great stuff. Being on this committee in the past and being involved in these types of presentations, this is a unique one in terms of we have a school coming in that's going to play the 6 required sports, and a couple of them will be in 2A and a couple of them will be in 3A. And that's kind of new, and I don't think we have any protocols specifically for that aspect here, because we're impacting 2 different leagues. We're impacting the 2A in certain capacities with sports, and then the 3A as well. So from a scheduling thing, it could be an issue. I loved your response about, we'll accommodate that, because we cannot have a 2A basketball game being played in a gym, and the 6th graders and 5th graders on the school are playing in the other 2 gyms. We just really can't have that. So, when there's an NIAA scheduled event in there, it really needs to be an NIAA scheduled event for that gym. So I appreciate your comment on that and your commitment to get that done. That's what I.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna turn it over to Jason.
Jason, what you got 3A liaison. In terms of the 3A sports, tennis, it seems like you have a decent plan for tennis. For soccer, is your facility set up that it can spectators can?
It is. It's all enclosed. It's a beautiful field. It was installed at the end of COVID. I think it's a great place to be and very safe. So definitely, currently this year, I did not put it on as I'm doing conservative numbers, we do have a boys soccer high school team. We did not put it on here because, you know, we would only put that 100% know that it will happen next year. And being part of NIAA would be very important to me as the head of school. One of the hardest aspects at our school is when we lose a student because we're not part of a program for sports. And so I know that as we build and maintain excellent sports program, that it will enable us to keep our athletic scholars as well. So it is also for flag football. So its regulation size for both those sports can be used by other teams. We would not be opposed to that, but currently that is a building program in our middle school. So our middle school is very strong with soccer and flag football. I just can't give you 100% that for high school yet.
And the only reason I asked about the spectator situation is, I think that's a growing concern among member schools and how we maintain decorum on our sidelines and. So for soccer, you look at adding flag football, I think that's something to look at. Another concern that I see from a 3A perspective is, again, not that we don't want new members in the 3A league, but it seems like we get a lot of members that don't have TV programs. And then our younger kids suffer because they don't have those.
I mean, that's where we're growing with our middle school.
You know, plan upon you want to know those programs to have those.
Well, the plan is right now in our middle school for those sports, we have full teams in our numbers. And so our hope is that as they get older, it will just come to be in the high school that they're playing soccer and flag football.
I think the only other thing I would have from a 3A perspective is, and Sean already addressed this, it's not quite as drastic in the 2A as the 2A, but we look at moving up to 3A someday, you still have transportation because you're from ski.
We already do travel.
Yep.
Yeah, so we don't have a problem with transportation. We have very eager families as well, and so that's not going to be a problem for us.
I think that's all.
Okay, thank you. Dave.
David, I've been charter liaison. I've known Darcy a couple years trying to, get this going, and he's a Carl from us. Yes, he was a girls basketball coach last year. Carl Forsyth, so he's over there, so I've been contacting him a lot this year too. Great school, great to work with. Hey, we're scheduling games. We have volleyball. Unique situation this year of volleyball where our JV teams are playing different days than what the varsity did. But that happens. So we're good with that because they're remember, I guess our JV team had a game with Del Sol. We put schedule varsity games, so our JV team's going there later on in October. Scheduling girls and boys basketball with them. They're great hosts and everything. The concerns that we had going in is like the gym, like the bleachers on the baselines. And I know with the 2A, sports are a huge community thing. So you're gonna have cheerleaders traveling to games. And that's one thing that I've noticed just as working with the middle schools, and we play at other places like this, like Las Vegas Basketball Center, where we don't even send our cheerleaders there anymore in middle school because they're right in front of the fans. The fans yelling to cheerleaders, you're in my way, I'm trying to watch, and then the cheerleader parents mad because they came there, they want to watch the girls. It's like, if there's any way to get seating on the sides, that'd be great, because I know a lot of those cheerleaders.
I mean, we can move the bleachers to the other side. So
We've designated court 2, the center court on the right side, as our home court, and so we can move bleachers onto courts 1 and 3, and that will give the ends lanes for the churches.
Yeah, and I know like with seating and everything like that, you know, with through rows, it's, is there any plans on maybe putting in more seating, especially when you get to,
Definitely. I mean, as the program grows, just like everything that we do at our school, we will, get more seating. Right now it's adequate, but we have more bleachers in storage currently. We just don't, you need them. So yeah, that's not a problem. And when you talk about hosting games like our school, we have a code of conduct. And when you come onto our campus, yes, we have security, but it's a different feeling, and people are kind, and we want good sportsmanship, and we want to emulate that ourselves. And so definitely want the spirit and enthusiasm as well. But next year, we are also looking at charging. So right now, I think a lot of people do come in, but to offset the costs of HVAC, I think they will be limited by all other gyms charge a fee. We will be having a small fee to come to our games as well. So, well, that's current.
what happens, like, you become a full member and say you host a postseason game, where you have to charge.
Yes, and we will be charging next year because we will have HVAC to offset those costs, and everyone knows and understands that. It's just right now, we're at a different stage.
All right, and I know, I've seen your soccer facility, I know it's tight around the sidelines, but it's adequate enough, we just. How many soccer balls do you lose? Yeah, I just, because I know there's like apartments right there behind there,
Yeah,
is there like easy access to get there?
yes. We have access to go get them. They're very nice. They send them back our way. We have a good relationship with our neighbors.
We have the same thing now, we're building houses, quite gated, there's houses behind, we have like a parking lot, we have soccer balls, footballs, and we have fights. Last year, the game, going to the parking lot.
We've also considered it would not be too difficult to do some raised netting above those areas when the program gets to the stage where it would be better for us to have the netting than chasing the balls.
And it's just like, fans just like no chairs, games.
Yeah, a lot of parents do prefer to bring their own chairs, and we can do some shade structures. We also have, we do an outdoor nativity on the side of our gym outside, and so we have other grassy areas and like cement steps that parents sit on. And we also have a real grass area with a lot of mature landscaping. So some parents even decide to kind of be in that area while their children are playing sports. It's just an all around nice, mature landscaped area.
Okay, thank you. Now you know they're not gonna do soccer next year. You do know that.
Well, there's
Sean?
We're doing soccer currently with our high school
Oh, currently.
boys. Mhm.
Oh, okay,
Just the boys.
got it. Sean?
Sean Simons 2A, just in conclusion, I welcome, I'd welcome them into 2A as long as, it's gonna take work with 3A and 2A. And if the NIS staff just remind them about, if admitted, their obligations in keeping the, honoring their league obligations as far as offering the sports. We've had some of that issue as far as going to detail, I don't want to say penalty, if you will, but if say we admit you into the 2A, 3A for certain sports, and then all of a sudden next year you say, by the way, we don't have girls or boys basketball. I don't think that'll happen, but some of us around the table have seen it happen in the 3A and 2A. Anyway.
I agree. Let me just say this, moving forward, we really need, as a voting member, as a board, we need a commitment that you will look at the moving forward comments in regards to the facility is huge. That when there's a basketball game, that's the only event that's in that gym. The seating, you accommodate that. The travel, when I read the secure transportation to away games. I think you've answered that question today, but that is extremely concerning because the last thing any school wants is, hey, they can't make it today because they don't have transportation. We need to have 100% commitment that you will abide by everything, and I would ask you to still, if you are approved, to work with Kate. And Kate, by the way, I want to thank you for this report. This is amazing. This is great. This is something I have asked of staff for years. And Kate, thank you again. This is thorough. I do believe you had a little bit of assistance.
Yes.
And Xavier. So give you a little shout out. But again, the commitment is big, and Sean, and I'm gonna elaborate what Sean said. Sean's absolutely right. We've had people come to the board, promise us the world. We're gonna have A, B, C, and D. And I'm not saying this is gonna happen, but I have to be upfront and honest with you. We've been burned. And they say, we're gonna have A, B, C, and D, and then they have it for 1 year, then they come back and say, no, we're not gonna have that program. Now we're gonna go over here and have this program. I mean, there has to be a commitment, or, you know, with this next realignment, this is what we're gonna do. We're not gonna deviate. You can build your other programs, that's fine. And then, but this is huge, you know, when we grant membership, and I hope the best for you, but there's a lot of facility things that need to be cleaned up. And trust me, if they're not done, we'll hear us. So,
Right, and I would say we would honor our commitment to NIAA. And the other thing with the sports, we presented conservative numbers for you and focused on the sports that have smaller teams because we are a smaller school. But those sports that we presented to you have a very large following in our middle school grades coming up to high school. So that's why we feel confident in giving you a proposal, because we're at this stage where we can do that with confidence. But yes, lots of facility improvements necessary for sure.
but easy ones. I mean, this is.
Well, easy. I mean, we converted if you went to see the school in the beginning, and to where it is now, and if you talk to anybody who's been at the school, the crews in the summer have done nothing but miracles every year to make it what it is. It is a beautiful school, and we have never not done something to be open in time, including second floors, redoing a gym, all of these things. This is very minor to us, the things that you bring up for our school, because of the scope of the work we've had to do in many other years. So it doesn't bother me. I have a board of director who is in charge of facility. Does any of this belong to you?
Hang on real quick. We can't have outside
Okay,
people speak without identifying themselves, so we're gonna keep it right.
Okay, yeah,
Okay. All right, thank you for that.
thank you.
All right, Colin?
Outside of the facilities question, what stood out to me was the lack of trainer and emergency action plan. Is that we are okay sanctioning schools that we don't have a trainer? I mean, that might just be, you know,
I'm gonna turn this over to Mr. Jackson.
Okay, we have schools right now that are members that do not have trainers on staff. While that is a primary concern that we brought up at SMAC, we do have schools right now that do not have trainers on staff. They do have an emergency action plan, and correct, Kate, if I'm not.
They have one for the school, and they're working to develop one that's more sport specific, but yes, they do have this.
so I would just say, in lieu of a trainer, I would prefer to see an emergency action plan. You know, I just worry about us sending member schools in to without like that kind of safety. And then just, I guess, a procedural question, President Sloan, are we allowed to ask, Executive Director Jackson, what his recommendation is here?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I would like to hear what your recommendation is.
Thank you. Tim Jackson, for the record. Couple of things. One of my primary objectives with new membership is this. I no longer support bringing in members that cannot facilitate the sports in which they want to have. I cannot. And that's a harsh statement to say. And I don't mean, I'm not talking like you have to have a swimming pool to swim. I'm talking promising that you're going to have facilities to do things that you do not have the capabilities of having. That being said, that is my primary concern with any new member, that whatever sports they're going to offer, that they can facilitate them currently, which is what they can do right now. American Heritage is facilitating the sports that they are offering. They are not offering anything that they can't have on campus. I understand cross-country, but we don't have very many schools in the state that facilitate cross-country on their campus, go to parks and run where we are. That being said, the one concern I do have is tennis with only 2 courts. That is very difficult in my position to say I would support them coming in with tennis. Having 2 courts and being at the whim of a park or a rec center is dangerous in the sense that it continues a precedent we've set that then seems to come back and bite us. We have schools that are in parks, and we just heard some statements from other people that these are concerns as well. If they did not have tennis, would they still have enough sports? Yes, they would. They would still meet the requirement of the boy and girl sport in the fall. We also have a situation where schools coming in at a 2A level, but would be offering a 3A sport. Have we done that in the past? We have. Appleton has done that. So that's not anything out of the norm. I do see the strain it puts on the 3A. I would also wonder if maybe there is any appetite for them to say, we would like to come in as a 3A member, as opposed to a 2A member out the chute. Now, I don't know if that would have to go to the realignment committee after gaining membership, which I think would be procedurally correct. That being said, all things being equal, I don't see any reason right now that they can't address the issues that we brought forth. I think they can facilitate the sports they want to, with the exception of tennis. I think we need to address the tennis concern. But if we can address the tennis concern to this board's approval level, I'd say I don't have a problem with them coming into the country. I trust my staff. Kate and I have had this conversation. She went there, she did a thorough walkthrough. I think her report is very detailed. I also appreciate the fact that Xavier went there with her to give her perspective from the Title IX aspect of what it looks like. While they're not under that same umbrella as a public school, it does present unique situations that you should be aware of. I've worked with Darcy, their AD, before in the scheduling component. They have not missed any games. So I can say yes to this, with the exception of tennis. Yep.
Anybody else? I appreciate that, Mr. Jackson. I would also like to, and I put my CCSD hat on here. In regards to track, I see that you ran last year. Yeah, last year, we plan to run this year. We have instituted, because you do not have a track, that part of the cost for SNOA officials will be assessed to the schools. It's a huge financial burden that has been placed on CCSD because we have a number of charter schools that don't have track facilities. And with the rate increases and everything. So, but I know you're already aware of that. So any other questions? Comments? Would you like to address Mr. Jackson's comment in regards to tennis and the lack of facility?
We can rent tennis facilities nearby. We are interested in nearby property. This actually just came to my attention about the tennis courts. As you know, were more tennis courts on the facility. We had to make some choices. But that would have to be nearby land development to add more tennis courts. Is something we can talk about as well. We have a standing reservation to reserve at a couple of Whitney Mesa and Sunset Park.
You understand, let me just pose comment. You heard the public, I don't know if you were here earlier, the public comment about playing at facilities outside of a school area, outside of a school. We are having more and more concerns, security concerns, safety concerns, individuals from the community coming on, harassing. That's a huge, huge concern of all schools.
Yeah.
So I'd like to, just for you to keep that in mind. So hang on, I'm gonna go over here first, Mr. McCartney.
Kevin McFarland, Region 4. So just regarding Lisa, it is along the lines of Darling Tennis Center. It's not a park. It's 15, it's a tennis club. Secured, full courts. They wouldn't need to rent out their whole facility. So that'd be very different than Sunset Park.
And we have a standing reservation there, so.
Okay.
And we always travel with security as well.
Okay.
So we're very security minded.
I appreciate that. Again, my concern is we are creating that. Old Sunset Park and Region Mesa have all canceled on teams that had reservations there when we were supposed to, but. So I'm assuming they do it more often than just, it doesn't happen to just be place there, but I know Sunset, they had a reservation, I can't remember what they made Vader had a reservation there. They canceled the day yesterday. We were supposed to play Coral at Windy Mesa, they canceled on them at 9:30 now. So I have some concerns because that's, again, two different schools, we play against, you know, and those outside facilities do cancel on people last minute. So I guess that's a concern.
And let me throw this in, the part of Tammy just said, and I know it's not your school, but when these facilities cancel the day of, then that becomes a financial burden. Cancel budget CCSD, because now I have to pay for transportation for that bus, so you need a full-on commitment. So let's bring this home here. So did you, Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, and also remember, I do not believe our regulation allows us to admit a member with stipulations that they're only in for certain sports unless that's their application to come in for certain sport. And I don't believe that that's the case here. So while the concerns with tennis may be a concern, the vote to bring them in as a full member is bringing them in as a full member. So we cannot stipulate that they come in as a full member, but we don't allow them to play tennis. So I think if tennis is a continuing concern, it's something the board would monitor and pay attention to, because we have had discussion, and this is one of the discussion items we're gonna have tomorrow, talk about maintaining proper membership. But I do want the board to understand I don't think we have the authority within our regulations to say you're a full member except for.
Right, and you were saying that tennis, our membership isn't contingent on tennis.
Tim Jackson, for the record, nor track, either, without track. I mean, we only have, if I'm not mistaken, we only have 38 tracks in southern Nevada, I believe, give or take 2. And we have over 70 schools taking track. So
I have a question. How many courts would we need on our campus?
I'm gonna defer to Bart
to
Davis.
host?
Or Davis and I staff, at least 6, ideally 8. That's what you see a lot of the schools around here, because they play boys and girls at the same time to be able to rotate through a match. We've had some host sites contact us. Can we host with 2? Can we host with 4? Not that the match is going to go forever at that point, because you've got to get 36 sets in a regulation match to be done with boys and girls. If you could get to 6, that's doable. It's still not ideal. We have a few schools down here that have 10 courts, which is wonderful, but 8 pretty much the standard for in the south. You know, in the north, they kind of get 5 and 6 in some places too, but they schedule.
Is it possible for schools to use public school facilities to have matches?
Not a question, not yet.
Yes.
That would be a question for her.
Absolutely, you would have to contact the school, work with the school, and then fill out a facility drawing. Yeah. So your number one thing would be to reach out to the high school. Yes, Mr. Whitman.
Just to keep remembering, saying, I would just say it would just be really hard, not something we want to share, but your own teams are playing on the tennis courts and practicing every day. I don't know how, unless you're willing to go later in the evenings potentially for practices, but then you're in a light situation, so I don't know. Yeah, not wanting to share, it's not that we don't want to share, I just don't know how we do that. It's very easy, it'd be very hard.
The logistics, yeah.
Logistics are really hard.
Okay, are there any other questions, comments, concerns, at this time? Looking for a motion?
Wade Polson, Region 3. I move to approve the membership of American Heritage, with the caveat that they have to fulfill their obligations this year in their varsity sports. That is contingent upon the membership. They have to fulfill schedule. Also, the 3A thing. I believe we're going with the 2A. So the membership is contingent upon its 2A status at this time.
Contingent on their two access, is that as the two member.
Well, it's 2A, it's 2A membership.
As a member.
As a member, right?
Yeah.
So they're a 2A full member, that's.
Association, their association full member that we place them into the two A based on their role. So we're just granting them as association members.
Okay. So my motion is to approve American Heritage as an NIAA member contingent upon their fulfilling of the scheduling in their varsity sports for 2024, 2025.
You know, a second.
Okay. All right, any other discussion, comments, questions at this time? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Janet? Any opposed? The ayes have it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. We are now going to go to page 110. Girls wrestling update. Hang on real quick. Going to turn this over to Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, everyone. Tim Jackson, record. I want to thank the gentleman that is standing at the podium, my class coach, Reed High School. Came down, meeting with us today to discuss the status of girls wrestling. In your plethora of paper, you have a handout that was provided by Mr. Clapp, and he will be discussing those items as well as expanding the weight classes and other adjustments to wrestling for 24-25. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mike. The floor is yours.
Thank you. First of all, I'd just like to thank the board, for the opportunity to speak on behalf of girls wrestling, and also thank the board for what you did several years ago, adding a girls division in 2022. We really appreciate that. I think it's gone spectacularly well. It's continued to allow girls to grow kind of at the rate that is commensurate with everything in the Western US. Really happy with how things have been. If you draw your attention to the packet, you'll see that girls wrestling over the last 4 years has grown about 360% in the state of Nevada. So it's really impressive. In 2019, 2020, we only had 110 girls in the state. We were proud of that then, but now we have over 500, and the growth seems to be continuing. Many of the states right around us are a little bit ahead of us. They added their divisions of girls wrestling a couple years before we did, and they continue to see the growth. So there's every reason to think that girls wrestling will continue to grow in our state, unless we're very different from Utah, Arizona, and everybody around us. So we're really happy with that. In 2022, 2023, there were 82 schools in Nevada that had some girls on their teams. Most of our programs right now are sort of mixed in terms of practices. You'll be a team with maybe 15 boys and 4 girls or something like that on the team. The nice thing about wrestling is it's pretty easy to facilitate. Most of our competitions are weekend competitions where now every year they're adding girls divisions to tournaments. So if you're going to a tournament, at Centennial, they'll have
the JV tournament, but they'll also have a girls division, so the girls get to wrestle against other girls, more and more. Really happy about that. Big tournaments, up north, the Reno Tournament of Champions, Sierra Nevada Classics, all those other big tournaments have girls divisions, as well. And so the opportunities for girls to wrestle in the state of Nevada are growing leaps and bounds, up and down the state. It's been a boon for rural communities. White Pine, Elko have sizable girls programs, some other places. The nice thing about wrestling is you can get away with having 2 or 3 girls on your team and they can still compete. We see that as well. Really happy with everything that's going on across the state. Some of the challenges going forward, it's still a little bit in pockets. Like I mentioned, Elko's got a big team, Spring Creek barely has anybody. You know, it depends on the school and whether that folks have gotten behind it. And I think as we move forward, as a state, you know, to full sanctioning in years to come, perhaps that'll help some of those other schools jump in and do it. But it's been really great, up and down. You know, West Wendover had a couple of really good girls this year everywhere. We're seeing girls competitive, and doing well, both in our schools and then at the college level. We have girls competing all over the country in girls wrestling, so we're really happy about that as well. At the collegiate level, girls wrestling officially this past year became a sanctioned sport in the NAIA, and they have official championships. The NCAA is following, it's got emerging sports status, and they're expecting to have their first official championships 25-26, I believe. Although they have an unofficial one that's already happened. So really happy about all that. And I think, again, the inside of this board, back a couple of years ago, of adding girls as a division, as opposed to a fully separate sport, made a lot of sense. If you draw your attention to the second page of the packet, it shows kind of the comparison numbers, and I think this is from last year, the participation numbers, division by division. And girls wrestling is commensurate with the 3A and 5A, the 2 larger divisions, in our state. And again, with our projected growth, girls wrestling will likely be the largest division, as a group this coming year. And so, we think the division status was an excellent choice and seems to make sense for the numbers that we have in girls competing, and look forward to that going forward. The one thing that we're asking, or I'm recommending at this point, I don't know who he is, mouse in my pocket, I guess. But the one thing that I would say is reasonable at this point, we originally, when we brought the girls division on, asked for 12 weight classes. All of the boys have, whether it's 1A, 2A, 3A, they have 14 weights. The NFHS recommended different parameters for 12, 13, and 14 weights. We think it's appropriate, given that our girls division will be the largest division, that they have the same number of weight classes as any of the boys divisions. And so you can see at the bottom of this same page, sort of the current 14 boys weight classes, our current 12 girls weights, and the proposed NFHS sanctioned, if you will, 14 weight classes. Another thing I'll say about the 14 weight classes is that's consistent with every other state around us. I know as a coach, it's been kind of challenging for our girls to compete in 12 weights. So, you know, you're 111 pounder in Nevada, but when you go to California, you're 110, and it gets kind of confusing. It would just be consistent with everybody around us as well. That's all I have.
Thank you. I had a meeting with Coach, and Mr. Nevin, and we talked about this at length. In my new role of sanctioning our teams to go out of state events, the sheer volume of out of state wrestling events that are out there now for our young female athletes to participate in is growing exponentially. Almost every wrestling tournament out there has a girls division. This would be a great opportunity for our young athletes to participate in. I think it would also bring us in line with the other Western states in section 7 and 8, which are seeing the same growth we are. I know we were on a plan for sanctioning. This takes us off of that proposed plan by moving the number of weight classes, but I think it's prudent. Also, the sheer volume of student athletes that we have in that division, with the girls open division going to be the largest division of wrestling we have in the state next year, potentially, and I believe it will occur. I think it's time that we align that correctly. The other part of this I'd like to discuss as well is, where are we in the sanctioning process? Are we ready to sanction it? there's a couple fields of thought for this. First off, the number of participants has outpaced what we anticipated many years ago. The growth of the sport is not waning. Its popularity is where it is. It's one of the fastest growing sports in the country, only second to flag football, if I'm not mistaken, from what I've learned from the NFHS. And the fact of the matter is, we are going to have more competitors in that division than any other division of wrestling in our state. We realigned for 25-26. If we consider the fact that bringing it on would cohesively align with realignment, it seems like a prime time to do it. Now, those two things are not exclusive. They don't have to be together, but it would move the step forward. We would then sanction it as a full sport at the varsity level, but it would be 1 year faster than the anticipated time schedule was, which we thought at that time was prudent. But I do believe there's room for discussion on this. I think the weight classes really is something we should consider moving forward on to begin. So I'll stop right there. Answer any questions for both of us.
Rollins.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna start with board. Great stuff. You know, we've been with you from the start and.
Yes, absolutely.
And great stuff. What I do need though is, I need more specific data from district to district. I need what that growth looks like, because what I see in Washoe County is we have a lot of great growth, but that growth is still being singled out by specific schools and not the whole entire district. I know that we're at a gridlock right now in Washoe County School District. We just implemented, say, 6th grade sports at the middle school level. And while the district supported it and the family supported it and everybody was all gung ho for it, man, when you added on those additional 14 coaches that were going to coach at the 6th grade level and add all of these other costs of transportation and everything else with that, they said, oh, wow, this is going to be a lot greater impact than we ever thought from a district standpoint. Implementing individual girls wrestling separate from boys wrestling is just a lot more than just adding girls to go and wrestle now. It's an enormous financial impact regarding busing, regarding transportation, regarding scheduling, regarding practice, regarding all of those other elements that we don't talk about here. So when NIAA says we need to go ahead and implement this maybe a year earlier, what I really think we need to do is come down with some specific numbers and say, hey, look, districts, as we look to possibly implement this a little earlier or stay on course, be prepared for X, Y, and Z to happen with your district, because you know what, I know you're gung ho for those girls, and I think it's great, but I also think right now, it's great right now. It's not gonna be that much better, but I think it's great right now, and as we move, but those are just some important questions that as a board, we need to take into consideration, because we're talking thousands and thousands of dollars when we talk about implementing this as its own separate entity as we move forward, when we don't have the facilities in the district for this kind of growth as we move forward. So we'll see. I'm apprehensive about trying to move something we had planned for maybe 26, 27 to doing 25, 26, and that just scares me.
Let me just throw in a couple things too, that we are actually, this year is actually year 3 of a 7-year plan. And I agree, the numbers have just blown up. And I'm gonna take you back to when we, FCCSD, came to the NIAA board and asked for sanctioning of flag football. That was a 6-year process. You know, first year we did the varsity, then we added a JV, then we added a B, to make sure it was substantial, that we had the numbers, that it grew, and then we had a couple more years. So when we presented to the NIAA board, and again, I speak on behalf of CCSD, and flag is blown up, we said, listen, this year we did this, here's our participation number. We had teams at every one of our schools. Second year, JV, we had participation at every one of our schools and so on and so forth. So we had all that data to come to the board. I think what's concerning, again, we are year 3 of 7. Do I support wrestling for girls? 100%, 100%. But do I have, do we have in the South, every school that plans to participate, do we have a team at every one of the schools? Because if we have to go back to our districts to say, listen, girls wrestling is sanctioned, now we need a coach's pay. Now we need this. Now, you know, and this guy and I bantered over this a lot yesterday in my office. I don't think we're there yet. Okay. Okay. I will, however, I am in support of the weight classes. 100%.
That's the only thing.
That 100%. But I think as we sit around this table as districts, we need to have a plan once we roll out. Okay.
Keep everything for the record. And we have a sense in Clark, how many schools have a significant amount of young ladies? Because we have a pretty strong following at Centennial, but I don't have a sense for the other schools in the district. Do you have?
I believe that was given to us at one point. I have not seen the latest.
I can speak to that in a general sense. I don't know if that's helpful. I think that to your point, Mr. Stallworth, and everyone's, I agree. I think that, you know, I came here talking about weight classes, and I think sanctioning is a great idea. We need to talk more about how we're gonna make that happen. I couldn't agree more. I do think that within our state, we have some schools that have big programs, Douglas, Fernley, White Pine, you know, whatever, Centennial, Slam, you name it, right? That have big programs right next to schools that don't have any girls, right? And so it is a weird dynamic where some schools have taken the ball and run with it, whereas other schools have not elected to do that yet. What I will say is that's similar to what's happened, you know, California sanctioned 10 years ago or something like that. That's where they are too. 10 years hence, right? They still have, some schools have programs and some don't. And in my conversations with Mr. Jackson a month or so ago, maybe the model for sanctioning, again, I don't think this year, I think in the future, is one more like ski or something where we say, these schools have it, these ones don't, and somehow we figure out a way to, you know, bowling or whatever it is, something where it's like, this is something that's developing, this school has decided to take it on, let's support these schools by giving, you know, by having a stipend coach here and so on, but not at this school because it's not something that they felt capable of taking on. I don't know how realistic that is. I'd love to work, as long as we continue to work with you in developing a plan there. But I think that again, just modeling after those nearby, it's somewhat unrealistic for us to expect. We don't have every school that has a boys wrestling program, right? I mean, some boys wrestling programs have 5 kids, other ones have 60, you know, right next to each other too. And that's just part of the state of affairs in wrestling. And I think we'd see the same thing with girls. And so going forward, figuring out a plan, expecting every school to have a full roster girls team might be unrealistic. And we need to come up with a plan that doesn't involve that, at least in the early developmental stages. So I would 100% agree. And again, reiterate that I think that the step here is just getting our weight classes up to the same level as boys so that nobody's saying, why do you have fewer weight classes in your largest division? And moving forward with that, I think that, you know, we can work together to develop a plan, what sanctioning means. And I guess one last thing to speak to Mr. Stallworth, to your concern about scheduling and facilities and stuff. Again, looking at the states around us, some schools, some states they still don't have weekly duels with girls because it's not set up the same way. We understand that it's kind of piecemeal on some level. And I think that's something that even when we do talk about full sanctioning, it's not gonna, I'd be surprised if the best model for us is full sanctioning, full league schedule, full everything. Full sanctioning, you know, and maybe that's my ignorance and not knowing what full sanctioning means, but I think that it might be something where, okay, White Pine and Elko have teams, let's make sure they have an opportunity to wrestle each other, you know, and figure that out and when Spring Creek gets on board, we'll get them on board and stuff. So go ahead.
Well, just to respond.
Yeah.
You know, I think we gotta get the X-Men involved in this as our Title IX
Yes,
person, because when you say we're all in, we're all in.
sure.
And so there are responsibilities and obligations when we say we're all in.
There.
So we can't half-ass do it.
Sure.
And so that's what our fear is that when we say we're all in, then we have the Title IX aspect and everything involved. So I don't know if you wanna jump on that now. Sorry about that.
All good, sir, Xavier.
And I want for the record, he's my Title IX. I'm the NIAA's.
He's our.
Say-
Title IX there.
For the record, I'd like to say that, I've been removed from that position and put in a scheduling position, but I'm still.
That is true, that is done.
I couldn't agree more with Coach in saying that, for Title IX reasons, then we should have what the divisions, the broken up the weight classes, the 14 and the 14, 100% on board. I think that's the right thing to do for balance purposes and it to be equitable. So I support that 100%.
Thank you.
I know too that, I'm sorry, too much just on your original thing. Is that for the postseason, if we can talk a little bit about what we do for the girls right now for it's the, what do we call it? The NIAA Invitational.
Yeah.
That even though the first year it was called the state championship, you know, I had to go there. You know, I had to go there. But is there a way, and I'm pretty much talking to Tim and staff, could we recognize, without it being a sanctioned sport? We couldn't? All right, take it. from
Okay,
there.
so a couple of things. Thank you, Coach. And I'm not stepping on you. I'm in support of you 100% on this. Couple of things. One, I think comparing girls wrestling, flag football may be apples and oranges, as flag football was mandated upon the schools to implement. There was no groundswell of it. It was brought forth to do that. And so the schools were told, we're going to do flag football. We still don't have it statewide. And I'm not saying that it wasn't right. It was, I'll be honest with you, I openly admit that I voted wrong when they asked us what sport we were going to bring on. I voted for lacrosse and said, we'll never be able to do flag football. It'll never work. And every time I go to a flag football game, I get reminded of that fact, that I was 100% wrong. I also think that the understanding here is this: the current model we're using for girls wrestling in Nevada is working, in the sense that we do not have a Division 3, 4, 5A for girls wrestling. We have a girls wrestling open division. They come in. We don't think that, I should say we, again, no mouse in my pocket either. I don't think that should change.
100%.
I don't think it should change at all, because we have schools that don't have large programs. We have schools that don't have large boys programs. I'm a proponent of an open division for the entire state of wrestling. Everybody that weighs 118 pounds gets into one bracket. We wrestle it down to one winner. That's a whole nother dynamic that we can talk about later. I think what we need to make sure we understand is that what we have right now is working, but the very first year, they called it a state championship, and we've been fighting that nomenclature ever since. That it's not sanctioned, therefore it can't be a state championship. And that's where we're headed. Now, are we there yet? I think we're getting close. I think we can keep the open division as an open division for girls wrestling statewide. After next year, we can sanction it and say it's a state championship tournament at the end, and we issue a state championship. We don't have to issue a team championship for that. We can, or we don't have to. We can make that determination as a board. Where I think the cost factor comes in is what we need to be very leery of is some of the trips we've had down realignment that have caused some problems. We tried to realign track separately, boys in one division, girls in another division. We discovered real quick the same coach is the same coach in both sports, and we had to move the boys and girls back together. We do it in tennis, we do it in cross country, we do it in track, we do it in swimming. So I'm very leery to say we would have to mandate that they have a girls division and a boys division in 3, 4, and 5A, and then a line. I think the conversation here is, that's okay. I thought maybe it goes the wrestling past or coming back, coming shut up. I think what we're looking at is this a very good conversation here about this. The financial end of it obviously is going to impact the schools. As far as the competition right now, we are already having the competition. It's already occurring. If two schools have a duel and they have girls, they're wrestling their girls. If they don't, then they wrestle them on the boys' side. That to me is a dynamic that doesn't exist in any other sport. So I'm leery to say that we have to go into the divisions. I think we need to look at it. But if this board's flavor is let's wait, I just don't know if we need to wait another 4
years.
Can I say something again?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. No, you're totally fine. Go ahead. My hand just went.
Maybe it's more of a question. I know that one of the things that would be really helpful for the growth of girls wrestling is figuring out a way to get girls coaches specifically for girls programs. You know, at Reed, we just fundraised for our girls coaches, independent of our boys. And I think that independent of all the other things, transportation and duels and all of that stuff, you know, I've heard from many of my colleagues that, yeah, we'll start a girls program when we get a girls coach, you know, and then that girls coach takes the girls to different tournaments on weekends and then, and, you know, that are best for their girls and so on. I don't, is there a path between where we are now and full sanctioning that allows for something like that? Or is that what full sanctioning is? All we have is girls coaches? Then that's all, I think that's the next big help that the girls could get is potentially at the schools that are starting developing girls programs to have a girls coach. And I don't know how we move forward with that, but that to me is the next big step after this weight class is that it's not leagues, it's not all that transportation, it's simply finding the money for girls coaches, for programs that have 10, 15 girls on the roster.
Okay, which is a district issue.
And some districts have already decided.
District issue, not an NIAA issue.
Fair, and like Tonopah, so that's not something that, because I know like Tonopah or Elk or whatever has already decided to pay girls coaches independently, so, is that something? So that's something that we would just go to district to
That's a
district and say we.
Discussion, yeah. And I would just say before I turn to Tammy, the
Sorry.
reference that I used for flag football was that I just wanted to show the progression that we had to go through before we came to the board and said, you know, take the boys out of the equation, but that's the progression we did, you know, even though it was mandated in the sense for us to come to the board. Tammy.
So I have two questions. One, when we do go full sanction, do we have to divide 3A or by girls or is, no? Okay.
You have to.
That was just one of my questions, because I see that being a huge issue. Okay, and then number two, once we sanction, that's where girls are not allowed to wrestle boys, correct? Like, once we sanction girls, they can, because I think that's probably where I'm a little leery, because yes, you do have some schools where you have a lot. Like right now, the only reason we are able to keep girls wrestling is because they are allowed to wrestle boys when there's no girls, because we being in 4A, and I don't know what it's like in 5A or 3A, but being in 4A, I had a girl who only got to wrestle another girl one time. So I think that's another issue, because again, and I know I've said this 1,000 times, and I don't know that there's anything we can do to fix it. When you have flag football, girls wrestling, and girls basketball, so it's all in the same season. It's very, very difficult, because a lot of my girls that are playing flag are the ones that would play basketball, and a lot of my flags pulling from basketball depending on the year, and then now wrestling is pulling from both of them. So I know that there's maybe nothing we can do about that.
No, that's a good point. Thank you. Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, and that's why I've always pushed for that open division, that
We
argument,
can't
yeah.
do that. Okay.
Because I just, you know, flag football was unique in the sense that we had the infrastructure already built there. We had the infrastructure and it was there and we built on it. And it, like Ms. Sloan said, we went from varsity to JV to B to full. It was a progression and that worked. This is unique in the sense that right now, there was no other place for girls to wrestle except in with boys. Where flag football was its own new entity, it was brand new. They already had an existing entity to wrestle within. So creating this the way the board did, and I think this was the absolute best way to do it, created a situation where that open group of young ladies is over here, that at the postseason, they choose. Are they gonna go to this tournament? Are they gonna go to that tournament? With sanctioning though, and Barb gave a great example, it would become a situation much like baseball, softball. Right now, a girl can go over and play baseball, but she can't come back and play softball because she played one sport in that season already. So that would create a situation where they would be locked into that sport. So that is a definite issue to be addressed with full sanction of girls wrestling. That would be a new dynamic that the young ladies would be governed under a new collar. Which so would propose to do it. They wouldn't have that option. They would, yeah, they would no longer have that option. Yeah. Conjecture, last time for record. I am not saying that this has to die because I said that I think it's ready to sanction. That was just to bring up an argument and banter with Miss Sloan right next to me.
Every day,
Every day.
still.
Hour and a half yesterday in her office fighting about this. So I want the board to understand, right now, the only pressing issue the NIA office is really pushing hard on is the movement of the weight classes. If this board is not ready to have that conversation about full sanctioning, we continue the development and the growth that's been presented here and see where we are next year and provide the documentation and data that the Washoe and Clark County School District just asked for.
And I think too, we need to solve Tammy's kids. That's huge. For you to bring that up, your young lady had one opportunity. That's huge. That's huge. Thank you for, again, thank you for bringing that up. Okay, Kate,
Sorry, just point of order, so can we separate and make a motion that we approve the weight classes without approving the sanctions?
absolutely.
Perfect, and I would like to make a motion to approve the weight classes, rested weight classes from 12 to 14, while tabling the motion for the sanction to the.
May I ask a question? Is that for this year? 23, 24? That's what we're saying, right? I think at some point someone said.
This says, wait, hang on, this says 24, 25. The motion.
Which is.
This year,
That
sorry.
would be this year.
Future track, the mouse in my pocket.
When you get in years. Yes, that is for this year.
Good. Just making sure.
Yes, appreciate that. Thank you for letting me know what year it is. Ms. Cavasos.
I will second.
Okay, so once again, to repeat the motion is to approve going from 12 to 14 weight classes for this current school year and to table the sanctioning discussion. Okay, any, we have a first, we have a second, any additional comments, questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done. We're gonna take, let's take it's 10:40 right now. Let's return in 10 minutes. How's that? Let's return at 10:50. Thank you. Yeah. Oh my God. So I have that all the time. It doesn't matter. And next, that. I'm positive. There's. See, just real quick, Mr. Jackson, going forward, I need Wade Polson more so to the right. Going forward, please.
Formal request?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, she's made a formal request.
Yes,
Before we go back,
see him in my peripheral vision.
we need a dinner count for tonight. Tia, where are we going to be dining?
Same place as always, the cafe.
Yay.
You may want to wait until these other people get.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, okay, we'll give them a moment. What's that?
Johnny, I was about, are you buying?
That's right. Oh, no, that was anybody.
Audio is on.
Private.
That's been good. Come back here. Bring back here. See, I got
And-
my card and these. We want next.
We're gonna go here and then follow. And then if there's time, then sort of
Yeah.
this
Okay.
and then, and then that's that.
Yeah, it was, I'm so good.
Yeah.
Very exciting, yeah. Rather than it is.
We got, we think ready to that.
Still the shoes off. Oh, and then you get a rest.
We have a 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll wait for one. Bart, let's go back on the record. if you could. Let me know when we're live.
Yeah,
We're live.
We're good.
We're live, okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Jackson, I'm gonna turn it over to you for your dinner.
Yes, I need to get a count for dinner tonight. We'll be dining at the cafe. All those going to dinner with Tia and I?
I see, wait.
Alex, are you eating with us or are you going out with, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9?
Okay.
9, okay, thank you. Now that we know I eat for 2. Sure. Look at me, I'll join you. It'll be a party of 4.
Bon appetit at the cafe.
Sorry. This one.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, let's go forward. We will go now to item number 18 on page 111. Master activity calendar. For the 24-25, that would be the current school year. Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Tim Jackson, for the record. This is going to be a multiple step and a multiple layered discussion. At the last board meeting, it was pointed out that the schedule, the master activity schedule, which is on page 113, had 2 errors on it. The 2 errors were, but I'm sorry, there was 1 error and 1 adjustment. The 1 error was the 4A wrestling in February 14-15 was identified in the north and it needed to be moved to the south. So you'll see that in red and blue correction. The second adjustment to the schedule being brought back was to extend the tennis regional team tournament time from the 7th of October to the 12th of October to be inclusive of the 30th of September to accommodate the Washoe County, is that fall break? Fall break. Okay, that's what was brought, that was what was going to come back. In the meantime, a unique and wonderful opportunity presented itself to the NIAA office. The community of the Churchill County community reached out and invited the NIA staff at that time, which was me, to come out for a visit to look at facilities. At that facility visit, I was taken out to a facility called C3 Rafter. It is very similar to the facility they have in Winnemucca, and it's a rodeo arena with a unique flair. In other words, it has a floor in it that is unique. I've never seen anything like it. It's compactable. They can compact it down and it becomes a hard surface. And when I say a hard surface, I walked on it with my shoes, and when I stepped off of the floor, there was no dust on my feet. At which point they can put the mats down, the flooring, and then put the wrestling mats over it. And they have offered to host state wrestling for the NIAA for free. And then assist us with other costs. No cost to the association, other than our other costs that we would have associated with operating a facility. There is only one caveat to that for this year. The weekend we had state wrestling slated, they are booked, but they are open the week before with the same offer. It's too good to pass up. The community is 100% behind this. I met with the people who are in charge of the facility. I met with the superintendent, the principal, the athletic director. The mayor got involved. The community wants us there. And I'm going to be honest with you, we are looking at an incredible opportunity. What does that mean? That means you need to look at page 114. Now, page 114 has the Washoe County School District change dates for September already on it. The 4A state wrestling in the South remains at the 14-15 like it was before. But that would change regional girls wrestling to the 24-25 weekend of January. 5A, 4A, 3A, 2A region wrestling to January 31st, February 1st. Move the state tournament for 5, 3, and 2 only to 7, 8 of February in the north. And then the 4A state wrestling would remain at the south, at a site to be determined. It is a golden opportunity, and it presents itself to us as a gift, but more importantly, as a new partner moving forward. Someone who has reached out to us and said, we want to build this relationship. There is a potential here for a multi-year commitment, going back to the regular normal week of wrestling that we will address later on in the board meeting as we talk about facilities. But for this opportunity, moving the calendar secures this facility. And Greg is from Churchill County. He can answer any questions you have about the community. He's aware of this offer, and we have kept this until the board meeting because we cannot move forward with this until the calendar would be adjusted. At this point, I'd like to open up to any questions. Okay, like. And there is also a donation to the association with this that will offset any costs that we had as well.
Ron,
Yes, Ronald, board member. So this is fairly new. This hasn't gone out to anybody. This is the first that I've heard of it. So this is the first that has been.
Yes, sir.
Communicated. It's only impacting just one sport, and that's wrestling.
Yes, sir.
How many weeks? So they will lose a 1 week. How would we present that to the wrestling coaches? Has there been any communications regarding that?
Yes, there has.
Okay.
No, not to everybody.
Not to everybody. Let me explain. The reason we did not share this out with everyone was I did not want to put the board in a position where you would have every wrestling coach coming in here and saying, this, do this, do this, do this, or don't do this, don't do this, don't do this, without having the merit of looking at what it would do to the calendar first. Because if this calendar isn't approved, this is moot. There's no point, because we can't use the facility the week we already had.
Exactly.
So if we don't do this, there's no reason to even entertain the discussion of going out there.
Okay, so I'm gonna be the devil's advocate just a little bit here. What's our current plan?
Our current plan,
Yeah, I know the weekend, but what's the location?
we have no location. Okay. So good. Sorry. Okay.
We have concepts of a plan.
So, I mean, Mr. Davis and I have been working diligently on this. We have no facility,
Nothing locked.
nothing locked.
We have talked to some people about hosting, yes, but we've undergone a caveat of, I don't want you to lock in the dates for this and then tell you, sorry, you're not doing it. Yeah.
So we are struggling to find facilities, and there's gonna be more discussion on that in another board item. Thank you.
Where have we hosted before?
Mr. Kenny, Tim Jackson for the record. Mr. Kenny, I'm going to tell you that last year we actually hosted the Nevada State Wrestling Title Championship matches in Arizona. Because we did not have a facility we could use in Nevada.
It was a drive for Tim Jackson with this.
And I will say, in all joking and not kidding aside, my biggest concern was that we were going to have a California school who's a good member win the Nevada State Wrestling title in Arizona. And to say that out loud really causes me to pause for a moment. Because that to me made everything that just transpired with Churchill County that much more important.
And how big a facility do you need for
The bigger, the better. The most important aspect of any wrestling facility is the number of mats we can put down without losing seating. The capacity of this arena is totally drawing a blank on the number. I apologize. It's about the size of the Winnemucca Arena, a little bit smaller, maybe seating wise. It's newer, it's climate controlled. So it will be crowded, but it won't be anything crowded that we haven't faced before, and the same thing for wrestling. The big issue is floor space. If you host this I don't think you can logistically host the state wrestling tournament in this manner with this many divisions in one high school site. You can do a 5A, you can do a 4A, you can do a 3A. Then the other issue becomes, we also have a relationship with Mr. Rob Kate. He brings all the technology, he brings all the scoring, all the timing, all the operational know-how to this. He is unable to run it at multiple sites at one time. This puts it at one site, one location, one state championship. Yes. I'm sorry.
Bart Davis and I staff, the other part of that equation is when you have the girls' state invitational as a part of the state wrestling, it's got to be held somewhere with one of those classes. And it may not be with a class that is the same one where that girl goes to school. Let me use Reed as an example. We could put the 3A and the girls together. Well, now Reed's with the 5A and boys wrestling, and they're splitting up their own people to go to a second site for that girls' state invitation.
And without,
Okay, hang on. Identify yourself.
sorry, Mike Clapp, still Reed Wrestling from the last one. No, and with that continued issue, the most programs not having a girls coach, if you had a 4A girl at a 5A venue, they don't have coaches to do it. So there's no way you can host the girls at the same weekend as the boys if you did that. So you'd have to have the girls a different weekend and it would stretch out. But to speak to the, I'm much more tepid about speaking on behalf of the entire wrestling community than I am girls wrestling. I will say there is a lot of trepidation about having state at multiple sites. I think that by and large, our community, and again, there are people that would say differently, but by and large, our community likes to be in one facility. And we'll make, again, I'm speaking on behalf of people I shouldn't be, but that's a bigger concern than losing a week from our season. Do we want to lose a week from our season? No. But we'd much rather be in the same place.
Let me ask a question of Xavier, and again, I'm talking of South, that includes the public schools, private schools, and the schedule's already out. What kind of impact would that have if we lost a week?
Xavier, I feel for the record, and Dallas could attest to this, we just spent a lot of quality time getting a beautiful wrestling schedule put together. And yes, it will impact us greatly. We'll have to adapt and adjust if this goes forward, clearly.
Thank you, Bob.
Yeah, Bob Levette, 5A North for the record. I sent this to my athletic director at Spanish Springs, Art Anderson, and just asked him if he was listening to the meeting, and I told him what was going on, and the response I got was, because our schedule is done as well, and what it basically does for us, and I'm not sure, I'm glad Mike's here today because he's such a great representative for wrestling in the North. it would be the last week with, and because of our 9 schools, we wrestle 4 tri-duels. That's how everybody wrestles with everybody. So we have 4 consecutive weeks of tri-duels. We would lose that last week. Now, Mike, we have open weeks at the front end. Can we back that up?
Yeah, I spoke with Art as well, and I think that we definitely would have to move our last duel to the front or bump everything up. Because you can't have a duel the week before state because seating is determined that week and it'd have to bump up. So, and I think, Ugg is right, and at the same time, I think we can do it.
Yeah, doable. Okay, thank you. That's
Okay,
my-
thank you. I'm gonna go to Wade first.
Yeah, Wade Pulse. If this board remembers, we've been talking about this calendar for 2024, 2025 for 2 years. This is an anomaly year. I mean, we squeezed everything in. We've had to adjust things. Last year, we moved track. Other sports have moved in the past to make the calendars fit. This is a perfect opportunity to start a long-term relationship that is going to be minimal to no cost to the NIAA. In my opinion, it's a no-brainer. We lose 1 week of wrestling. Sorry, wrestling fans, but you lose 1 week of wrestling. I understand that there's some logistics there, but I don't think that it can't be worked out, that we haven't worked out with other sports another time with other calendars. So I'm all in favor, and I'm willing to make a motion at any time.
Okay, so. All right, did you have something to say?
Yeah, and just for the record, that's why I wanted to have this conversation first before announcing it out.
Yes.
Because if I would have announced this out and came back and said, oh yeah, by the way, now you got to change the calendar. I wanted this discussion to occur before we said, and we can use this facility.
Thank you. Elle?
Ellen Townsend, Officials Liaison. For future years, we would be able to have it on the correct date then, for next year, 2025, 26, 26, however many years.
Yeah, with a commitment from the NIAA going forward, what we can do is we can start to work to secure it. They said, the gentleman that we talked with said, listen, this is the only year it's bad. If you guys say, yeah, we're gonna do it this year, and then at that time say, hey, listen, let's lock it in for the next year, that date's available right now. So we could, but we have not done that yet. I know I'm not gonna put Ms. Sloan over the edge yet. Thank you, Rollins.
Wait, do you want me to, never mind. Jason?
Jason Lundberg, so this, looking at forming some type of agreement, are you saying that we'll roll it every year?
Okay, we're not there yet. We're not there. We're just,
Just talking about this.
yeah, this calendar, we're just talking about the 24, 25. That's a discussion later on in the agenda. So we have a motion on the table by Wade. You didn't make a motion?
Yeah,
Wade?
I'm ready.
Okay,
I move to approve the new calendar, on page 114 with the new wrestling date changes.
Keep the tradition on a second.
Wade, you're gonna also have to add in there the change for the Washington County tennis window and the change.
Okay,
You gotta do them both. Both calendars have to be approved.
gotcha. Okay, Wade Polson Region 3, I move to approve the changes for, October 12th, move to September 30th for the 4A, 3A Region Boys and Girls Tennis Team. And also to move the 4A State Wrestling to the south for January 14th to 15th. I move, and
February.
oh, sorry, February. Yeah. February. And the wrestling for girls in February, January, February 24th, 25th in the north, and also the regional wrestling 31, and the first for the 5A, 4A, 3A, 2A, and for state wrestling to be in the north, the 7th and 8th for 5A, 3A, 2A, and girls state wrestling.
Like you said, I second.
Okay. All right, we have a first, we have a second. Any additional discussion, comments, questions? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. We have a couple of, we're gonna get through a couple other items before lunch. Let's go to item number 20. My page number, page 141. NAC 385B.708, maximum allowable participation by a pupil. For possible action, Kate, I'm going to turn it over to you at this time.
Kate Wright, staff for the record. 708 was a regulation that came to the board in June, from the Rules Regulations Policies Committee. It, was not, there was no motion, so it was brought up to the committee. When we met in August, we had a discussion about it and determined we didn't want to move forward with any changes. 4 was the original proposed change. And so at this time, we have decided as a committee that we're not moving forward with any change, and that 4 will basically be gone and we'll revert back to the original 708. So that was our recommendation. That was the board's recommendation, not to really go further with this. Just so that, you know, for those that are new, this basically was a way to ensure that students that were held back in middle school, but then were taking high school credit, had the penalty of doing that because they were trying to basically circumvent our eligibility regulation, older, bigger, better, stronger, going into high school. We felt that it wasn't really our place to meddle in middle school academics, and that the schools and school districts should be battling what grade those students are put into when they do eventually come into high school. We left it there, so that was our recommendation.
Yes, wait.
I have a question about this. How will the NIAA or the schools, how will this be vetted and enforced?
So this is our recommendation not to do anything further from the.
Right, but if we pass this, right, if we go forward with this, how will it be vetted and enforced to say the kid was held back?
Okay, I'm gonna have Paul step in.
So what Kate's saying, that's not gonna happen.
Okay.
What happened is, at the meeting in June, we discussed this. I sent it back to the LCB and they approved it, and it's in another item where we have, regs that we're gonna talk about. The regulation committee got back together, and basically decided, look, it's not our place to, basically be telling families what they can and can't do in terms of holding kids back. And that was kind of an issue down here in Clark County with respect to a particular school that was kind of promoting. So we decided not to do it. So there's no issue as to how we would vet it or not. Gotcha. We're going to take this off the calendar this morning. Gotcha. So
We're done?
yeah.
Okay, thank
Well,
you.
I think we need to.
We need a, yeah, motion not to go forward. Or it could die by no motion. Okay, let me ask the question, is there a motion?
Wade Polson, Region 3, I move to not move forward with this, with NAC 385B.708.
Thank you. We have a first,
Oh, there.
thank you. Second, we have a first, we have a second to not move forward. Question, discussion, call.
Mr. Anderson, we're not doing anything to this regulation, right? It's just staying as is, so we don't have to take any action here. Correct, Mr. Anderson? This is not changing at all.
No, we do, Paul actually made the count, we do need to make this motion to eliminate subsection 4. That's what we're basically doing, because this came back from the LCB with this approved. So we are basically going back and saying
we don't want to make this change. So subsection 4, which you see in blue, would be eliminated, which is how the regulation does it.
Okay, what's the motion to approve that? Way it looks here.
Not
Not approved.
Right.
Good question. Any other key?
Sorry, I dealt with this a lot with Kate and you, and so I guess we're pushing this back into school districts to be the ones that make these decisions. That's what we're saying is important. Is that correct?
That is correct, and I will tell you that that is in the process of.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Okay, any other questions, discussions, hearing none? All in favor of removing section 4 of the regulation, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. All right, we are now going to go to.
Lunch can be here.
Oh, yeah, but then-
Okay.
oh, okay.
Just want to make sure.
Like 10 minutes? The reel it in at 11:30.
Yes.
It's
Normally it's like sitting here tempting us something, right? But no, they.
We're jammed. All I can say is we're running. All right, we're gonna go now to item number 14 on page 93. Legal information. Mr. Anderson, when you are ready.
Okay, Paul Anderson, legal counsel, thank you. Here's my report for those of you who are new. That's kind of a standing agenda item. I typically give a report as to where things stand from a legal standpoint with the association. So taking it by each item, level 2 appeals. Level 2 appeals, for those of you who are new, we have a 2-part appeal process. When students ruled ineligible, they submit their Activate application, and if they're initially ruled to be ineligible, they have an opportunity to go to what we call a level 2 hearing. Since the beginning of, well, since the 1st of July, since the school year, we've had 6 hearings, which is I'd say a reduction over the last 2 years. The last 2 years we had, it was just crazy how many we had. We have one more on the books that's going to be taking place in the first week of October. But of the 6, 2 are in the north, 4 are in the south. We've had decisions on 5 of the 6 and have won 3, which is pretty bad record. We usually do better than that, but you know, the facts end up dictating a lot of what happens with respect to these hearings. So that's kind of where we are with respect to level 2s at this point in time. So we're actually moving backwards a little bit, which is kind of nice. And we'll talk about that a little bit more when we get to the other agenda items, as far as some of the regulations that have come back that the board approved back in June, that we've gotten back in terms of our one-time transfer rule and that sort of thing, which is probably going to eliminate, or not eliminate totally, but significantly reduce level 2s going forward. As far as just basic legal updates, not a lot to add. I sit on all the various committees that we have. There's been several committee meetings, realignment. The regulations and that sort of thing. We've been addressing a lot of different items, and again, some of these will be discussed with other items that we have coming up. For instance, our workshop, which is will be later this afternoon with respect to new regulations that we're going to be looking at making slight revisions to, and then also the regulations that have come back from the LCB, again, including the one-time transfer. Other than that, really not a lot to add. We are coming up on a legislative session. So in terms of getting our regulations that are on calendar right now, but under, I believe it's item 19, that have come back from the legislature, we want to get those approved if we can. With this meeting, get them back to the LCB so that they can
calendared for final approval by what's called the Legislative Commission. That's a group of senators and assemblymen that meet occasionally to look at regulations for all state agencies, and we want to have that happen obviously before the legislature goes into session in February, because once that happens, anything dealing with regulations kind of falls to the back burner. We don't hear really from the LCP until after the legislative session, which would be about a year from now by the time to get all the new laws that come out of that. So anyway, that's about it in terms of legal updates. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Going into the legislative session, calling out before, are we, I suppose in January, we may have a clearer picture about our meeting of just kind of like what we're hearing about is coming for the legislative session. So, I'm wondering just if, but before it, if we could have like kind of what you're hearing, what you're doing, what your plan is going into it. And then perhaps throughout it, I would love to get an update from staff as far as like kind of a consistent, like, here are the bills we're watching, here's how they impact NIAA, just whatever we can do, I think would be really helpful.
Mr. Jackson.
Ironically, that is the plan. I've reached out to as many of the school lobbyists as are willing to respond back to me, to get their platforms to see where they're at. I've reached out to members and offered to meet with them, discuss the items with them. Obviously, I'm not high on the totem pole for some of those things that they're worried about, but at the same time, I want to keep us in their thought process and communication. And one of the things I'm going to report on is another aspect of what we're going to do from an association standpoint to get our, I don't want to say our name as NIA out, but our name and our face as individuals that are going to be reaching out to these members, because that's the other thing I don't want to have happen. I don't want the gotcha moment that we didn't see this coming down the path. I want to also thank Wade, who always does a nice job of keeping me informed of things that are popping up. And also Paul, of course, and then CCSD and the superintendent's group. I've been at each of the past superintendent's meetings, listening to what they see coming down the pike, so that we're aware as well if anything's coming our way, and building that relationship so that we know. But that is the plan, is to update as often as possible during that session. And walk those halls.
We do. Sorry. We do know a few BDRs that are out there or potentially out there, and Wade, if I speak out of turn, correct me, but one, and again, for members that are new, this one-time transfer rule is really a big deal. We have never had that. Most states have something that is similar to that or like that, where, you know, student athletes can have a little more options in terms of being able to transfer with eligibility. And the legislature last session really laid that on us, and basically we thought it was going to pass at the legislative session, and it was killed right at the end by what were unknown sources at the time. But it's our understanding right now that there's a BDR that's pending, and one of the things that I intend to do following our meeting is to contact the Assemblywoman. I believe that it's planning to bring that forward and let her know exactly what we're doing with our one-time transfer rules, so that maybe they can pull any BDR at their level. There's also a potential BDR, and I want you to correct me if I'm wrong on that, with respect to transgender. I don't know. That may come forward, and that's something I think this board's gonna have to look at and decide. My recommendation basically would be we don't take a position on that, just whatever happens, and we deal with it. But oh, there's a potential BDR that may be coming forward, dealing with transgender participation. Sports, in particular, just for sports, right?
So, Paul, this last follow-up question from a legal biasing standpoint, what is our ability as board members speaking with legislators on behalf of the NIA? What is our position on that, or are we allowed to do that, or is that going to be a question for you, or like, I just want to make sure that we all on the same page about what, how we represent ourselves when we're talking with legislators.
Go ahead.
So, Paul Anderson, Legal Counsel, I think, you know, it's important to have board members that are willing to do that sort of thing. It's equally important to make sure that we as a board know and understand and are communicating a uniform message. So they're not getting, you know, conflicting information, coming from the same organization. So, I think that's something we can talk about in terms of how we coordinate, any communications, that came from board members to, you know, various members of the Assembly and the Senate.
Yeah, that's exactly my concern, is I don't want this to be parliament, and I disagree on something, and then we're creating an issue like internally. So I would just, President Sloan, I would counter that up to you as to where we want to go with that.
Well, I will say, I know that, Mr. Jackson, Paul, Wade will handedly work together, as I know there was collaboration last time, and I have faith that there'll be a lot of communication from the NIAA office to all of the board members. And if questions arise, then I think those questions should go to Paul, Wade, and Tim, because they are the experts going forward. I do know, like I said, Tim was very involved last time, very, and represented the district quite well, and the association. So I hope that answers the question. Okay, Wade, did you have something to?
Yeah, Colin, just to kind of answer Colin's question a little bit, since I've kind of been in this situation myself. It's very important when speaking to legislators to let them understand that you are not speaking on behalf of NIAA. NIAA is a board, we're a board, right? And you are an individual. And so when you speak to them, if you speak to them about NIAA stuff, don't give your opinion as NIAA policy, because it's not. And that's the main thing, right? And so that's why when we come to this board and we have a legislative update, we have those conversations. Because through those conversations, you develop what that legislative policy is from the board perspective, working with Paul and the president and Tim. Then that policy gets formed, and then that's what you speak to when you speak to legislators, the policy that has been passed and approved and a direction. Most times, NIAA is going to be neutral on a lot of issues. We're going to be neutral because we're a diversity board, and so we're kind of stuck in the middle, and then we deal with what's coming. Whatever happens, then we deal with it. But it's very important to not present yourself as a representative of the NIAA unless it is conformed with NIAA policy.
Right, and I understand.
Yeah,
I think it's just like, more though, it's just when they do speak to, like, you know, when that happens, that actually happens anyway, right?
And they will come and legislators will come to you. If they know that you're on the NIAA control board, I have them call me all the time and say, well, what do you think about this? So, well,
yeah, exactly. And my
you know,
question to Anderson
it's Wade Polson's opinion. And that's all that's allowed to say, Wade Polson's opinion. Or Colin's opinion.
Right. So yeah, thank you. I just, like I said, I just wanted to clarify with you, Paul, just kind of what our ability was in that. It's like I said, whether or not you say you are a board member, then you still are. So that's what I wanted to just make sure. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, hearing none, it's lunchtime. All right, good timing. We will be back at 12:30.
Oh.
Okay.
All right, are we back on?
We are good on my end.
We're good.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you everyone for being back. We are now going to go to item number 27 on page 203. That is postseason golf qualifying standards.
Page 201.
That would be. What is that? Yeah, 201. I'm sorry. Mr. Jackson. Oh, I'm sorry, Gordon Davis.
Mark Davis and I, staff, I'm going to call our June meeting. We had a brief discussion about postseason golf qualifying standards. Part of the reason this comes up is we are struggling every year to find golf courses that are willing to host our postseason tournaments. And when we do find courses that are willing to host, we are often struggling to get tee times that allow us to finish before the sun goes down. I've had some discussions with Jeremy Thornton, who was here in our audience today. He is Legacy's golf coach. He is the Southern coordinator for golf. We also have Ryan Sims, who is with us by Zoom. Ryan is the Northern golf contact for us for the large schools. Three of us sat around. We've had some really good, really productive discussions about maybe limiting the postseason qualifying so that we don't take up as many tee times. And we can get these courses to better accommodate us because we won't necessarily have as many people out there shooting 120 and hacking up the course and delay other people from getting out there. They have since gone on and talked with their constituents in coaches meetings. And the feedback from the South and the North has been polarizing, maybe is the best way to put it. The North for quite a while did not struggle as badly as the South did in terms of obtaining golf courses. That is kind of changing now in the North, or even for league matches, they're often having to pay greens fees just to get on the course. South has kind of been in that boat. I'm gonna ask Jeremy if he would to please come forward. He's got some things to present. We're gonna talk a little bit about the qualifying standards that the Southern Nevada Golf Coaches Association has, how that would relate if we put them into play for state tournaments, so that maybe we have that chance to get better courses. We've been working with the Southern Nevada Junior Golf Association now the past 2 years. They've been helpful, but they don't have access to these courses either. And Jeremy, I don't mean to steal your thunder, but the golf courses down here are charging triple figures for greens fees. They're out to make money. When we come knocking and say, hey, can you give us a bunch of free tee times for state and region? That does not help their bottom line. Jeremy, I'm gonna let you take it from here. Ryan, I know you were listening in also. Please do chime in at any point as well.
All right, hello, everybody. My name is Jeremy Thornton. I'm the golf coach at Legacy High School. I've been the privilege of the only golf coach at Legacy High School all 18 years it's been open. And the director of the Golf Coaches Association down here in Southern Nevada for the last 5 years. So as Bart was saying, we struggle with getting golf courses, especially for postseason events. How it works down here in Southern Nevada for our golf courses, they a lot of times do their overseeding and their maintenance in September because the weather starts to break in October. And then everybody that can't play golf someplace else wants to come to Las Vegas and play golf. And they have years and years and years worth of data that shows they're going to sell out their golf course no matter whether people booked ahead or not. So in October, when our state tournament is for the girls, and in May, when our state tournament is for the boys, those are the two peak times of the year that golf courses can make as much money as you can imagine. So rough estimates are about $140 a player per tee time during October and May for a normal, regular run-of-the-mill course, not a country club, not a private, exclusive, special, just your run-of-the-mill meeting course down the street, charging $140 a player. So we show up with 30 to 40 players. We're looking at basically $500 for easy math, a foursome, 8 to 10, 12 foursomes, you're looking at $6,000, and we want 2 days. This golf course now has to give up $10,000, $12,000 of revenue that they know they're going to get by allowing us to come and play. The days of us being able to weasel our way in through people that we do or whatever to get those freebies is few and far between these days. And we end up having to go back to the same courses repeatedly, which then burns them out because they've had to host the tournament 4, 5, 6 years in a row. And we start to burn bridges with the 2 or 3 allies that we still have at some of these golf courses. The sad part about the golf courses is they're usually run by management companies that have no affiliation to anything other than the bottom line. So I can talk to my head pro at my golf course that we get to use, and he's all for it until he runs it up the ladder to the GM and they say, well, how much is that gonna cost? Well, no, we can't do that. So it even got to the point where we were able to host a state tournament for the girls, 4A girls down here last year. And the head pro and the GM at my golf course told me that we love having you guys out here, but we can't have you come back for the state tournament. You can have your league matches, you can practice here, but we can't have you come back because you finished after dark. You didn't get to play as many holes. It took 6 hours for some of the girls in the state tournament to play 18 holes. And we ended up having to modify scores, and it ended up with the cart guys being there till 8:30 at night. Because all the carts were out because of the parents and the coaches, and it was just a nightmare. And they did it for free. And that was the last time I'll be able to go to my golf course for both season events. So in addition to hopefully continuing to find a little money from the state to be able to help alleviate some of the aches for the golf courses, to be able to pay them a little bit for the tee times, we've adopted in the South a set of qualifying standards that we use to identify kids that are worthy of being in the state tournament as a caliber player that should be qualifying in the best tournament for the state. We routinely have kids that are shooting 120, 130, 140, and for those of you that are unfamiliar with golf, that's basically twice what you're supposed to be shooting. And a lot of times we have limits to how much they can shoot on a hole, double par or circle 10, depending on which part of the state we're in at that tournament. And there's kids at the state tournament that don't get to finish the hole because they hit it 10 times on one hole and still haven't gotten to the green to even try it. And we're trying to set up for at least our qualifiers that go, we want to make sure that the kids that are there are worthy of the trip to be there, that they can compete, that they can be a competitive member of the tournament and are not going to do something to the golf course or do something to slow the caliber of play down to the point where we have issues finishing. Our qualifying standards are different based on the leagues that you're in, if it's 3A, 4A, or 5A. 5A being the better of the leagues and where a lot of the better players are, their qualifying standard is a little bit lower. The 4A gets a little bit farther, the 3A gets a little bit farther as the caliber of players dwindles a little bit. But it sets a number that everybody knows that you have to be able to do this in order to get, it's not just bring whoever you want to bring to the tournaments. So what we've run into with, and this is one of the kind of polarizing things with the North versus the South part of the tournaments, is because the state guidelines say they can take 3 teams and 6 individuals, they take 3 teams and 6 individuals. It does not matter what they shoot. It does not matter what their score is. They're going to bring their 3 teams and 6 individuals because it says they can bring 3 teams and 6 individuals. I've heard coaches, well, the kids deserve a vacation, or the kids deserve to come down. They practiced and they've tried hard all year. So we just want to bring them down for a couple days and let them give them an experience. And they're going to shoot 144. And the winners and the higher end of the tournament is going to shoot in the 80s. So those kids have no chance of being competitive. They're not going to score for their team. They're not going to be a competitive member of the tournament, but they're getting to come because it says There's no standard, there's no rule that says I can't bring them, so I'm bringing them. In the South, we don't. So we routinely bring one instead of our 3 teams. Because if we don't have a couple of teams that are gonna be able to be competitive, we're not gonna take them out of school, pay to travel them up there, pay for them to stay, have them miss the academics and the seat time that they've already had to miss by attending these matches during the regular season. To be a non-competitive member and to not factor in. It doesn't affect our standards usually cut maybe 1 or 2 kids. If you look at the scores and the averages that we have, and we have, the examples for the 4A and 3A current qualifying standards to kind of illustrate what we're talking about when it comes to these. In the 4A, right, we have the 3 northern schools are significantly better than the southern schools. Bishop and O is good enough that they could beat most of our 5A schools. And we only have 1 team that we would even consider bringing. This is for girls in the 4A right now. Desert Oasis would be the only team we would even consider bringing. And they don't even meet our qualifying standard, but we feel that we should at least bring our best team, even if it's not a competitive team. We also have 2 other teams that we could bring, Rancho, whose average is 460, and Basic, whose average is 462. That is literally 140 strokes worse than a day, worse than the kids that are going to play or win the tournament. And that's why we have adopted the standard, because we don't want to bring 18 kids up there, 14 of which aren't gonna compete, and now we're taking them to the north, we're taking them out of school, and we're now gonna leave a bad taste in the golf course's mouth, because we've got kids that can't hit it more than 5 feet. We've got kids that are taking divots all over the place that, and there's only so many coaches that you can have out there. If I've got 6 players that don't know what they're doing, and I can only have 2 coaches, I can't be everywhere at once, and it leads to be a problem. So at this point, we're only gonna be bringing the 1 team to the state tournament, because that is the only thing that we feel is even remotely fair to the northern schools that have set up the tournament and that have gotten the golf course for us to be able to play. If you go to the individuals, there's the individual qualifiers. We do have some kids from the south that would qualify as individuals. The green ones there are the 6 individuals from the south that would qualify. The north has 4 that are currently, and then down there's their 6 with their averages. We have a couple of kids that we could bring. In theory, we could take all 3 of our teams. That would pull the 2 Rancho girls off of this list, because Rancho would qualify as a team and we could get those other 2 girls in, but I don't want to do that, because I don't want to bring kids that are non-competitive to the tournament. But on the other side of things, and it's happened and it continues to happen, when the north brings their teams down here, most of the time, they're bringing everybody. And even though we've asked, even though they know it's a struggle for us to get tee times and us to get golf courses, it says we can bring 3 and 6, we're bringing 3 and 6. So my hope is that we can get a discussion going where we can have some sort of state guidelines from the state level that everybody abides by, that will allow us to not totally limit the number of players, but to make sure that the kids that we're taking across the state, out of school, paying for hotel rooms and travel and all of the things that it costs and takes for the kids to get to these tournaments, that they're at least gonna be competitive, and that they're not gonna get off the bus knowing, oh man, here we go, it's gonna be a long 2 days, because they feel out of place, and it's not a real positive experience for most of them. The standard that we have for the 4A is 102. So it's not like we're asking them to shoot even par. We're asking them to be basically double bogey golfers to be able to qualify for the state tournament. So if we look here, there would be a couple of the northern kids that might not qualify as individuals because of their average of 108. But that would be, and the number is negotiable as well. I mean, it's not, ours is not the only way to do things, but it's just something that we would like to see a discussion on and see what we can work out to set some limits on these kids that are participating.
Thank you, Jeremy. Yes, Jim.
Jake, question on regarding obviously a true round of golf, you played 4 hours. So what, are there any limitations where you guys are putting on or penalizing players for not for speed of play?
We can put players on the clock, and we have put players on the clock for 2-stroke penalties. But the issue that we run across is one slow group, depending on where that group is, can now slow 8 groups. For example, at the 4A state tournament for the girls last year, I had a suspicion this was going to happen, so I put the 3 Southern girls out in the first group, even though they weren't the best scores, because I knew they were gonna play fast. They played in 4.5 hours. They ended up finishing 5th, 8th, and 10th overall in the tournament. They're good players. They know how to play. The group behind them was the best Northern girls who finished 1st, 2nd, and 4th. They finished 2.5 holes behind. They're out and
Penalized.
the coaches, because as a coach in the tournament, as well as I was running the tournament, because I had players in the tournament. The coaches, we met about having penalties for this, and the overwhelming decision for the coaches was, no, we just need them to speed up. And I didn't want to look like the guy that was trying to penalize Northern kids because I'm a Southern coach. So I brought it to their attention. I said, hey guys, we're not gonna finish. These kids are out of position. They're the best players. They're shooting the best scores. We don't want this to affect the state tournament. Who wins and so we did not penalize them, even if it was discussed.
And again, so obviously, if you look at the PGA, they do penalize them.
Yes.
So obviously there needs to be a stronger rule where it says, look, if you are not moving at the pace you're supposed to, you are going to get penalized. If we're not doing it, then we're doing a disservice to ourselves. So obviously the penalty needs to be in place. And 2, obviously you talked about taking a 10 on a hole, but what is there any type of rule where you say, look, at after triple bogey, you pick up? Or quad, look, you pick up, you move on. If you're not even at the green and you're already there in the quad, guess what? You're taking a quad.
Yeah, so the 2 scoring systems that we use, and it depends on, again, where you're at, north or south. The north is circle 10. The north only wants to use circle 10 as their scoring system, which means you can get a maximum of 10 on any hole. So a par 3, you can get a 10 on. A par 5, you can get a 10 on. In the south, we use double par. So if you have a 6 on a par 3, we're picking up and moving on. If you have an 8 on a par 4, that is always a major source of conflict between the 2. When we go to the north for the tournaments, they want to run circle. They don't feel that a 6 on a par 3 is punitive enough. Well, okay, and I totally agree with that. If you have kids that are good golfers, they should have to take a 10 on a hole. But if you have a kid that's shooting 144, I don't want that kid taking a 10 on a hole. I want that kid taking 6 and moving along. So if we can limit the number of those players that are going to be taking the 10s on the par 3s, then we can get away with having 10s on a par 3 because it's only going to happen once or twice because the kids are better players. But it is the state tournament, and that's kind of what I want to get across is state tournament should be for the best of the best, not everybody gets to come along just because it says in the guidelines I can bring whoever I want to bring.
Wait, hang on, we're gonna go, Tammy?
I have 2 questions. One, is this an action or a discussion?
Discussion.
This is a discussion.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, let me explain where we're at here. So right now, we're in the middle of realignment. We're coming into spring realignment. A part of the spring realignment process will be postseason tournaments. Here's where we're at. Ryan Sims is on the other line from the north. He's basically going to say the exact same thing you heard from the north perspective down to the south, okay? The realignment committee puts together what they recommend for postseason. Without this discussion. How? We have discovered, and pardon if I'm speaking out of turn, let me know, is this. Our north and our south are completely at polar opposites of what to do. So they're not going to come to consensus, and if they do come to consensus, it's gonna be some mismatch of stuff that's just not gonna work. Back to the pick up the ball or slow play or whatever else. The question then becomes, should this body, the board here, take this postseason up? And if we do we now open up a new Pandora's box where basketball says, or I'm gonna use wrestling, wrestling's great. We need equal representation in the state. No, we don't. We need proportional representation in the state where the realignment committee has no authority to stop it. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? This is Pandora's box if we're not careful.
So I think that that's probably part of what I was going to say. I think obviously as everyone knows, I have a different perspective because I have Jeremy, who I see busting his butt every day trying to do these tournaments, sometimes not even getting to coach when he should be able to coach and having to fight, for lack of a better term, argue with people about we should do this and not this, and so I have that perspective, I have the parent perspective. And I will tell you, and it's not near as bad in the boys, I can say that the boys is more competitive. But even then, we have teams still bringing people who have no business there, and we're losing courses, and I think that's where I think we need to look at it as the bigger picture, maybe not necessarily like, oh, well, this isn't fair and this isn't fair. We're gonna lose it for everyone. If we don't do something, we have to do something.
Well, Tim Jackson, for the record, just so you know, up until 2 weeks ago, we did not have a southern course for anything in the south.
I'm not surprised.
Nothing, until we said one word. How much? How much? 2 words, excuse me. Once we said that, we were okay because now they weren't losing money. So we're in a situation in north and in the south. Bart, go ahead.
Perspective in this, Jeremy, correct me if I'm wrong, Ryan and I, and Ryan's on the other end, he can correct me too. Last year in girls golf, we sat around, 3 of us at a table, and we sat around and talked about all the different things we could do. And we came to a pretty good consensus among us. When we talk about slow play and whatever else, the other thing we have to consider, it's not just the kids taking forever, it's the coaches taking forever helping read the putts. It's coaching happening everywhere on the course. There's a whole lot of things that go into this. And unfortunately, because of when we play, where we play, we can't have 18 monitors following 18 to constantly penalize. We're fortunate that we have people like Jeremy. Now we have the SNJGA involved that are willing to run tournaments, running 2 people, and it just can't be everywhere. We had a really good conversation between the 3 of us. We had another couple of those between the 3 of us, and then we start talking to the other coaches, and Jeremy gets the message out to the south, and Ryan gets the message out to the north, and it's civil war all over again. And this is the one sport where we don't do this with cross country. We don't say you have to complete the course in 30 minutes if your team moves on for you to go run at state. But we don't have trouble getting cross country courses yet. We do have real trouble getting golf courses. There is not a member school that has its own golf course. We got one member school in the state that has its own.
Bob, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sure, so I'll wrap this up real quick. We are the win of these golf courses, and the conversation that's been had is we are absolutely corrected. Tread carefully. We got to do something. We're not going to place the play.
Bob, I just want to, before I turn over, I'm just gonna make a comment. When was it that we had that late tea time and kids only played 6 in state? Was that,
They played
spring?
16, no, it was in the fall.
that was fall?
It was the last,
It was about a year ago.
Yep.
Well, okay. If those those of you on the board recall, from that meeting on, I had asked that this conversation was held then. I asked at the last board meeting that this same exact conversation was to be held, but was told, no, that has to go to realignment. We are so behind the 8 ball right now in having this conversation. Jeremy, I appreciate you for what you do. You know that. we are, like I just said, behind the eight ball. We have to come to some form of consensus.
Yeah, I will let you know that right now in Southern Nevada, there are, I believe, 14 teams that have to pay out of their own budgets to use their golf course for the regular season. So to practice, they have to pay $500 or $1,000 to their golf course to even have a practice and host a league match. And that is totally separate from the postseason part of things. So.
I'm gonna go to Bob and then I'm gonna go to Ryan.
Yeah, Bob, Vivek, 45 North, and I know Ryan's on, I think I haven't heard Ryan, but Jeremy, thanks for being here today, it's great to hear from you. We started the conversation with the issue being the number of players, and what we're seeing is all about reducing the qualifying standards, reducing the number of players that are qualifying for a state tournament. Do we have evidence from the courses that, do we have a number that we need to get down to where the courses will then be more open to say, we can take you? Or is it more of, they're gonna charge us X number per player and we can't afford that for this many players, but maybe we can afford it for that many players? Is that the question that's being posed to the board today? We went through this part not that long ago with tennis. We were seeing 36 kids in those first round matches in the individual tournament. Most of those matches were going 6-0, 6-0. And we had to scratch our head and say, yeah, we want kids to be involved, but what good are these first matches when kids are getting beat 6-0, 6-0, and 18 of them are out just like that, and they don't even win a game in the match? It's just useless kind of thing, and I think you're feeling the same pain.
Yeah,
Your golfers.
basically what not to cut you off, but basically what the golf courses are saying, they're happy to have us out when you say state tournament to them, they're expecting a certain quality of golfer. And if I say, hey, can we have the state tournament here? They're expecting 60s, 70s, 80s, like, wow, these kids are good. And then they come out there to see the state tournament and we've got 10 kids that can't hit it more than 50. And they're like, whoa, I'm okay with you guys coming out here because they can advertise, hey, look at all these kids, look at all these juniors, look at all the great things but they're like, I can't advertise. I can't tell people that they can't play today and that's $600 because of this. Now, if it was a kid that was shooting 85 and could probably beat that guy from the public, okay, well, now I'm willing to do that. So I don't think it's about a number of players, it's about the quality of players that are there. If we have 36 or 40 or 44 or whatever the number is of players that are good enough to be there, then okay, let's get 40 of them in there. I don't want to limit the number of players. I want to make sure that the people that are there, however many that are competitive, leave a good taste in the golf course's mouth, and show well for the state of Nevada. Right now, a lot of the golf pros are like, this is what we've got. This is who is the best golfers in the state of Nevada. Wow, okay, maybe that's not something I want to be affiliated with versus, wow, yeah, those kids are really good. Let's bring them out more often. Kind of, so that's kind of, I don't think it's a number. I think it's the quality that is important.
All right, I'm gonna.
No, or access to the courses, either regular season or we're still looking at.
Yes,
I know my nephew's an assistant pro at Lake Ridge in Reno. I even bring it up at the dinner table at his birthday 2 weeks ago and he gives me that. I didn't get it out.
All right, I need to bring Ryan Sims in. Ryan, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you. And
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
And just want to let everyone know in attendance that, Jeremy puts a lot of time into different ideas that can make this work. So we appreciate his effort in constantly brainstorming to try to improve and maybe one day even save golf. I personally think you'll see a trend in the popularity of golf grow in the next 5-10 years. I think golf is going to be an extremely quickly growing sport with LIV and the PGA and accessibility and things like that. I do think that we're gonna see more participants. So I do strongly feel that we need to figure something out to, so that we can get on more courses. I will say, as we all know, and, that the North and the South, those are two different parts of the world. Those are two different states. If they weren't in the same state, they'd be different states. Like, what you guys are dealing with in the South are things we're not dealing with in the North. And if we are, it's not to that extent. Could we get to that point? Possibly, if Reno and the outlying areas continue to grow and there's not more golf courses built. But Las Vegas is, and that whole Southern Nevada is extremely large. I bet you some of the coaches at your high schools don't even know who the golf pro is at their course. I bet you the golf pro at a lot of those courses don't even know who the coach is. I think we have to improve relationships. And I think being a smaller, more intimate town and city up here in the north and Reno Sparks area, we're able to do that because we're seeing the same people when we go to the grocery store, and we're seeing them, you know, when we're out at functions and events and things like that. So more people know one another in the north. And we all know a lot of stuff that exists in this world is who you know. Opportunity, a lot of it comes by or comes from who you know. And I think we have more of that in the north. So you're not seeing the same struggles in the north. I have 9 4A coaches that say we feel strongly that we can host the state tournament every season, every year. That's how confident we are being at our local courses. I do think that there's some areas where we can grow. I think relationship building is one. Do athletic directors talk to their golf coaches about how to meet the course, how to walk in there and get a meeting with the golf pro or the director of golf and sit down and talk about goals, talk about visions, talk about the relationship, how the two can work together? Does that happen? That's something we can do better in the north. As athletic directors, next 5A meeting we have, I'm going to talk about that. Is the athletic directors need to take their new coaches and get them to the courses and sit down and talk about it instead of just calling maybe a month before a tournament or 3 months before a tournament, and you need something last minute and calling and saying, hey, can we get some time? I think it starts with relationship. ADs can do a better job teaching coaches how to work with their local courses. I think advance notice is important. We have had our regional site and state site booked before our season even started. And in a lot of cases, I know the South, there's been seasons where it's a month before state and we still don't have a course. So I think advance notice and trying not to be reactive, being more proactive with that and looking forward. And I don't think the coaches should do it on their own. I think the athletic director should be doing it. Or maybe like a Rollins Stallworth or the district, the head of athletics for the district should be maybe getting involved in some of these negotiations, because there's high turnover in golf. I have a coach this year who's gone next year, brand new person the year after that. It's hard to build a relationship like that. But your ADs tend to stay around longer, your principals tend to stay around longer, and your activities coordinators tend to stay around longer. So I think we can improve there. I know a lot of our teams will report to the course early or stay late to fix ball marks on the greens, to walk the course and replace divots or sand divot marks. Our teams will pick balls off the range and bring them back to the ball machine. But there's chores that teams can do. It's kind of barter system. Instead of paying a full-time employee to do some of these tasks, these are things that our coaches and our kids can help out and do around the course to build that relationship. So you're like, hey, you need a date? We got you a date. There you go. I think that would help. So I think we have just two different issues really, or we have a Southern issue here. I don't know how we're going to improve that. Do we limit participation? Because if we're only going to get the 70s and 80s on the course in a state tournament, we're limiting participation. And when I became an athletic director 10 years ago, that was the number one goal of the NIAA, was to increase participation. So, you know, but something needs to be done. And I agree. The Northern coaches think the cut score of 30 over par is a little too tight. Remember, we're seasonal golfers in the North, so we might not have as many golfers that can get their scores as low as some of the Southern teams. But the Northern coaches are interested in looking at a qualifying score, but do think that the 30 over par for the 4A girls is a little tight. Maybe something closer to like 55 through 9 or 110 total would be more like in our ballpark if it were to come to negotiations. But right now we have one owner that's charging for their 3 courses that we use, and that's Duncan Golf Management. And then Genoa Lakes charges Douglas High School. So Douglas pays $750 for their girls and $750 for their boys, $1,500 a year to practice at Genoa Lakes Golf Course and to host anywhere from 2 to 4 tournaments out there. And that's where our postseason tournament is this year. So I don't know, just to give you a little insight as to where we are compared to what, you know, Jeremy's dealing with down in Southern Nevada.
All right, thank you, Brian. Okay, because I really want to, before you speak, I'm just going to say, we're not going to solve this issue today. We are definitely not going to solve this issue. So Roland, I'm actually going to close it up after you speak. Go right ahead.
Well, we don't need to solve it, but we need to come to a consensus with regards to the method in which we're going to solve. And I just heard the representative from the South. I just heard the representative from the North. And they're talking about 2 damn different things. I heard one guy talked about the regular season and playing and everything's great up here in the North. Then I heard a young man come up here and say, hey man, our state tournament just sucks the way it is right now. And it was 2 completely different aspects. And that's what I think we need to address is our NIAA state championship golf needs to be the same, needs to be consistent, and we need to come up with a process in which we can make this thing work. And we got 2 people here that are leading their regions, and they're at complete different viewpoints on what's going on. As we move forward, I agree with Pam 100% that as far as the state tournament is concerned, if you look at golf and how golf is probably one of the most individual sports we ever play, and yet we're trying to make a team championship out of it. And maybe that's where we're making our mistake a little bit with golf, because I don't think that a kid who shoots 140 and gets to be the 6th man on his team and gets to go to a state tournament to play at 140. I don't think that's what we really want. So if that 6 man's a 140 and everyone's 6 man is close to a 140, then we should probably eliminate the 140 and go with only 5. Or go with only 4 that play for the state championship, or 3. And if you don't have 3 that make it under 100 as a boy, then your team only consists of 2 golfers that day. And so we need to think outside the box a little bit because I really don't think, and I'm 140 golfer. I don't, if you told me that if I could go out for golf and go and make the state team shooting 140, I'll be there with my state championship shirt on every single day. So should a kid who's shooting, oh, I'm just gonna throw an arbitrary number. 110. A kid that shoots over 110 should not be going to state representing their team. But do you have those numbers? Does Ryan have those numbers that if we just threw a number out of 110, you have to shoot at least a 110 in your regional tournament or whatever to go to the state? What would that number look like compared to the 6 that the North bring down and their 3 full teams?
They're all on NIAA.com.
Yeah, yeah,
So
I
we need to
have
see-
those and I could absolutely get them for
They're
you,
there.
but yeah.
Okay,
Those are the numbers I think we need to play with.
we're gonna close this item out, because we are out, like we said, we're on 2 ends of the spectrum. I appreciate the comments of Jeremy, I appreciate Jeremy, you know how much I appreciate the way you do in the south, and Ryan, that applies to you as well up north. I'm going to recommend, we have heard 2 things, qualifying standards and pace of play are the 2 big things right now that's on the table, has always been on the table, has been in discussion for 100 years. So I am going to task the NIAA staff to, if you want to just do it internally, include Jeremy, include Ryan, include some other coaches. I would like for you to come back in January at the next board meeting with a proposal, with a solution. We could sit here all day and banter. And we don't need to do that any more than we've already done. So,
Got it?
you got it?
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Ryan, for joining us also.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Ryan.
You betcha.
All right, thank you so much. Now we are going to go to page 163, item number 24, workshop. Let me get there first. Again, page 163, workshop public hearing to solicit comments on the proposed regulations for possible action. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Anderson.
Okay, thank you, and I'm gonna have Katie join in here, as far as this is concerned. So we have 3 regulations here, that are up for discussion and basically, matters that we would be looking at taking to the legislative council bureau. These first 2, dealing with residency of the pupil 385B 714 and 385B 718. We're looking to get some consistency with respect to language, correct? Okay.
Yes.
And if do you want to go ahead and take it from there?
Yeah, before we get started, just so that you are aware, there are a few extra pages that are intermittent in here. So 171 through 184, for some reason, I want it really bad, like in that R724 again, so just keep in mind. So I'll just, I'll go through this, but in case there's a duplicate 168, 169 are duplicate, so I'll get there when I get there, but I just want to let you know what you're looking through, it's confusing. Okay, so 714, the proposed changes are really in order to assist families mostly, and schools in communication with families to help them further understand what exactly we're looking for documentation wise when they make a residential. So we're starting with 166 and 167, which are both part of regulation 714. So if you take a look, the changes are very minimal, and it's really to delineate out what is a document of abandonment or proof that you have no longer reside in the previous address. And then the second part is going to be talking about your proof of address at your current address. Before that, they kind of were mixed together, and I think it caused some confusion when you're trying to explain to parents. It's already confusing reading legal jargon for the parents, so this just kind of helps separate that out. So essentially what we've done is the new number 4 that you read there is explaining everything that you need or one of these things that you need to provide in order to prove that you no longer reside in the previous address. So it was really just changing that now. Number 4 is relating to subsection 3C that says the pupil and his or her parent or guardian no longer reside at the former residence. Those are ways that you can prove that. Then going down to the new number 5 is now referencing back up to 3A and B. That's talking about that you now have the right to reside at this new address and it's located within the zone of your school. So it was really just to kind of help guide them as they're reading through, what do I need to prove this part? What do I need to prove that? So nothing major there as far as the changes. In 5A, we did remove the reference to the sale of the former address because again, we're just focusing on how you prove your current address. You don't have to prove the sale of your former address to prove your current address. So that was just confusing. We got rid of that. C is referencing just kind of updated information. This regulation was quite a while ago. Not a lot of people have telephone landlines anymore, so that was really kind of obsolete. So we took that out and just added gas and water, as those are 2 other major utilities that we typically take. Looking at subsection E, we removed that. We no longer take the registration of voters only because that's already included when they get a driver's license. So we felt it was really redundant as a proof because if they have the driver's license, they have the other one. It's, you know, we'll just take the driver's license in that case. Just changes in letters there. And then F, we did add there, as originally stated, any other evidence indicating that the pupil and the parent or legal guardian reside at the new address. And we added as requested by the school district or executive director. We felt that this was important here because if you're reading that as a parent, I'm reading that saying, well, I can just give you anything, any other evidence to prove I live here. Here's a picture of me standing out front of my house. That's not really what the intent of that part of the regulation was. The intent is that if there's something that we see fit as an association or the designee, you know, the school district that can prove that you live there, we can request that if you're not able to provide something within C or D. So it was really giving us kind of the authority to say, if you don't have this, we may still approve you and you can provide something else, but that's at our discretion. So it was more to clarify that section there, not really huge change as well. 6, this was to update, and when we get to 718, you'll see that, to update this language to match the language in 718. It is located in both regulations, we basically decided in the rules, regulations, and policies committee that it was important to have it in both places because we are dealing with 2 different regulations where it applies. So instead of, you know, removing one of them, we just wanted them to both read pretty much to say the same thing. And essentially the tricky thing with this that people are getting confused with is, you know, if I'm establishing my eligibility somewhere in a specific sport, let's say I only got approved and I only signed up for basketball, and then I return to a previous address and try to get eligible there, can't I play everything else except what I just got eligible for at that previous school? And the answer to that is no, and we need to clarify that. So basically, when you read 6 in 714, and when you read it, the other piece in 718, we are saying that if you become eligible at a school, add an address, you leave, go to a different school, get eligible there in an address, and then you go back to that previous address at the previous school, you are ineligible in all sports, regardless of what you rostered in, signed up for, and that is the intent of this, and it wasn't very clear. So again, just cleaning up language there, nothing really changed, it's just helping to understand the intent of the regulation.
Let's go back to the same address.
Correct. Yeah, starting at one place, getting eligibility at a new place, and then returning back to that address, which happens from anything.
Oh, no. Yes, Keith.
Is this getting rid of the need to prove abandonment when you're crossing out in 5 and 8?
No, so 4, the new 4 is all about abandonment. Those are the proofs of your abandonment.
Okay.
5 was basically saying you have to go prove you vacated and now have the new address, and sometimes.
4 is about abandonment. 5 is okay.
Correct, yeah, it's just separating them out, so which is unclear. I don't know why it was meshed there together, and so we just want to separate them.
Oh, well done. Well done. Any questions in regards to this? These are for action, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Do we want to wait to the end and do them individually or as we go?
I think we ought to do them as we go, just because.
Okay.
Not sure when we get them all.
Absolutely. All right, any additional questions in regards to NEC 385B.714? I will need a motion for approval. Oh, I got what Colin's got.
It's a motion, wait, not a question. I'd like to make a motion to approve NAC 385B.714.
Second.
Thank you. All right, we actually have a first by Colin. It's got a question and a second by Wade. And any additional questions, comments at this
Can I
time?
ask a follow-up question?
Absolutely. You do know you made the motion, right? Was that a funny Colin? All right, hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Brian, are you there? Aye. Okay, thank you. Any opposed? Thank you so much. Approved. The ayes have it. All right. Now we're going to 718 on page 168. Paul, is this you or Kate?
Kate, you gotta cover that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take it away. All right, 168 and 169 are duplicates, so problem. I'm gonna look at 169. 170 is the second part of this, where some of the changes are, there's actually only 169. So 169, the reference in the beginning there is to, that NAC is to the one-time transfer. So to keep in line with, if that's now been approved and we're working through getting the language to be finalized and all that, but once finalized, this basically is just saying, except as otherwise provided in our one-time transfer, a pupil who transfers within the same district or another district after filing, yada, yada, and provides that proof that they have, that they reside within the boundaries of the school district and transfers. It's basically just letting everybody know that this is another way that you can get eligible outside of the one-time transfer if you have moved and are not eligible. Or I guess actually the opposite, that you would be eligible if you have not moved and you were not granted the one-time transfer. Sorry, that was very sense. But it's just a way to basically say that if you transfer, here's ways that you can rebut the ineligibility. If not, and if you don't get the one-time transfer, you're ineligible. If that makes sense. And then I can answer a question on that if that wasn't very clear. The only other small change in one is changing the parent who has physical custody, because we only look at custody in our other regulations. So that was just a language change. I'm not sure why originally it's legal. But we're really looking for the parent that has physical custody when we're looking at guardianship in that. The other change in 170 is subsection 8, which is the same language essentially as 114 subsection 6 that we just went over. Again, just clarifying that it's all sanctioned sports if you return to a former residence, not just the sanctioned sport that you applied for in physical sports. 9 and 10, the language that was within 9 and 10 is already in another regulation, basically saying that the district can have other requirements that are stricter than what the NIAA regulations are. This is already covered in another regulation. This was just a duplicate here, not necessary, so we just removed 9 and 10. But that still stands in our regulation, just doesn't need to be in this regulation.
Thank you, Steve. Paul, did you have anything there?
Yeah, I was just gonna, Kate was kind of discussing the fact that, that we still, basically in number 1, what that's basically saying is despite the one-time transfer rule, if you exercise your right to the one-time transfer rule and have that granted, there's gonna be situations where students could transfer again, and when they do, in essence, it just takes them back to the current rules that we have in place. Now you're gonna have to go to a hearing to establish a hardship or whatever in order to obtain that. Is that accurate, Kate?
Yes, yeah, thanks.
Again, well done, well done. Any other comments, questions, Colin?
Strange. This is it's common practice to include that like XXX because the LCD has to give it a number. Is that
right?
And it's okay for us to leave it kind of ambiguous as to what it specifically references.
Yeah, we're leaving it with the 3 X's as far as the subsection number, because the one-time transfer rule is a pending ruling right now with the Legislative Council Bureau. Once it's approved, they will determine, where it's going to fit in terms of our
are raised, so it's just that placeholder.
That being said, it's exactly, that's also that, I would have to make a motion.
Okay, we have a motion on the table.
Second.
Oh,
Wait.
It's fast, it's fast. Yeah.
oh, no.
Hey, I'm fine, as long as you keep it moving.
All right, we have a motion, and we have a first and a second. Any additional questions, comments in regards to this regulation? Again, Kate, well, Paul, well done. Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. All right, now let's go to the fun one, page 171.
Yeah.
Paul or Kate?
Well, I'll start off and then Katie, you can
Yes.
jump in. So what you're seeing here, when you look at these pages, this is an actual regulation that was approved at the June meeting, went to the LCD, and this is what came back from the LCD. So this is what it looks like when they come back. And this deals with our sportsmanship issue. Actually, we approved this at the March meetings, and it came back in June, and there were a lot of you know, some of the language. And Kate, you have the provisions where we.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we go through them?
Yeah.
Okay, so on 172, the very bottom, anything in green is something that the rules, regulations, and policy committee discussed and wanted to kind of bring forth to the board after your discussion in June. So I know one of them was about the language of assault and verbal assault and whether or not it was very clear what those were. So we suggested adding a definition, pulled right from the NRS for assault, and then we put the number there and battery, and have that, you know, within our regulation, so that when that's brought up, you know exactly what we're referencing there, it's not ambiguous. So that's what's in there. If you go to page 176, so in anywhere where we have the word verbally assault or physically assault, because, again, we want to clean that up, just the word assault will be used to assault or commit battery on. Therefore, those two are very clearly defined. Anytime that you see them there, we'll have them in the regulation as defined, as they're defined. So I'll show you a couple other areas where that is. The other big thing that was discussed in the June meeting was the word shall and may. So we added, at 167 halfway, the principal of the school with which the spectator is affiliated or the designee thereof may immediately eject, so that you have a little bit of leeway, and you can kind of make an executive decision on your school site and what's going on there. So I know that was discussed. 177, again, the strikeout for physical assault or verbal assault and just the word assault or battery, twice there. 178, also listed there. We took out the definition there of verbal assault, as we've changed that now to physical assault with the actual NRS definition. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that was it, yes. So two big changes, things that were discussed was the verbal assault and the word shall. So we made those adjustments.
So for clarity, those are just the ones that we're looking at, because that all the other language was approved, correct? Paul?
Correct, and so what we do is then take this, again, back to the LCB and say, you know, the additions that you see in green and the strikeouts are what we are proposing now, and see what they have to say as far as bringing this regulation back again, and then we'll present this again at the
Good. Did it approve just for baseball season? All right, any questions, comments? I thought Diego had his hand up. Comments or questions? Okay, Wade makes a motion for approval. Do I have a second? All right, Keith? I didn't know it was so competitive. All right, we have a first, we have a second. Any additional comments, questions, concerns, of course, call.
I appreciate the effort. I know that it was like a big debate last time, right? And I think that like the modifications here, give schools much more control over this, execute it appropriately, so thank you for that.
Very nice, thank you for saying that. All right, we have a motion, we have first and second, we'll take it to a vote, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, approved. Thank you so much. All right, so now we are going to go to item number 19. Please go to page 115. Take a deep breath.
Oh, yeah.
The NAC revision return for the Legislative Council. Paul, Anderson? Okay. Page 115.
So that's, we've officially ended the workshop.
Okay, do we have to announce that?
Yes.
We have officially concluded the workshop. Thank you.
Okay, so, this is a little different than the workshop because these regs have already gone through the workshop process. These are the regulations that were discussed and approved at the June meeting, and the Legislative Council Bureau has brought them back in their format for final review and approval by the board. Assuming these are approved, or at least to the extent certain ones are approved, what will then happen is I put together the packet that goes back to the LCD, approved it. It goes on to the agenda, as I said earlier today, of what the legislative commission that gets heard and finally signed into law by the Secretary of State. So we want to make sure that we're fine with these. As I say, we approved them in June, so you're not going to see any changes on these. The first one, pages 116 through 120. So this is the regulation change that we had the 385B 702 dealing with how student athletes register for the ability to become eligible, and it just talks about how we would have a process. We've had register by athlete, that it's changed to activate and that sort of thing, as opposed to putting in anything that's definite. We've kept it open, but kept it discretionary. We have a process for student athletes to register. So that's all this has really done. It's made that change in subsection 1, and then done some strikeouts to sort of update things from, so we're not transmitting things by fax. We can email them or get them to the So this also was the regulation we discussed earlier. If you'll see on page 118, where in the middle there, 385B 708, which we talked about earlier. That's the board had approved that. If you go to the next page, subsection 4, we've already voted that we're not going to take this portion of it back to the LCB. So we will have to indicate that that's stricken. So subsection 4 on page 119 will be out. But other than that, this would be a finalized regulation that we would ask the legislative council to approve. So we would need a motion unless there's discussion.
Any questions, comments? Okay. This is for action.
We both Region 3. I move to approve the following changes on NAC 385B.060 through NAC 385B.708, striking now section 3, number 4, and approve the following changes.
Thank you. We have a first, we have a motion. Okay, thank you, Greg. Okay, we have a first, we have a second. Any additional questions, comments? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you so much. Mr. Anderson.
Okay. Next one is, regulation R 140-24. This gave us some flexibility, gives flexibility to the, executive director, and the realignment committee as to the number of teams needed to qualify for regional and state championships. Since we created the 5A, and there's been some issues in terms of whether we have the requisite 9 teams in a sanctioned sport that would allow that particular sport to hold a state championship. So what this does is, if you look on page 122, for both state and regional competition, it allows the executive director, or his designee, to determine the number of teams necessary in order to have a championship. Eliminates the requirement for that. Okay. So that's what we're doing there. That's about it right now.
Any questions? Yes, please.
For both region 3, I move to approve, the changes for LCB file number R 140-4.
Okay, we have a first. We have a second by Greg. Thank you very much. Any additional questions, comments? Yes.
Just a question, just in general, the legislative council's digest, is that stay as part of the record, or is that just for until it becomes, I mean, just at the beginning of each section?
Yeah, the digest just kind of explains what that would not go into the regulations. You won't see that in the regulations unless you search the LCD website by
Just because we
regulation.
removed the section that's in the last one that's listed in the digest, so that's not us to worry about.
Yeah, that just gets that.
Good question. Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Hearing none, we'll go to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Page 125. Mr.
Okay.
Anderson.
And again, this is definitional, we have a regulation towards the beginning of our regulations that sort of sets out definitions that words that you see throughout the body of our regulations. We decided we needed a definition of the word waiver because there was confusion with respect to what parents thought or understood a waiver was in terms of eligibility. We talked about how we're waiving students' eligibility or whatever. They thought it was a document as opposed to an act. So this just provides a definition for waiver. Basically states it means an oral or written agreement authorizing the modification of one or more of the requirements of the chapter. So it's pretty broad definition. And then we've never had a real definition of the word school. And we've had cases where that's been used against us, where students have transferred either in or out of state from a particular school, perhaps in another association. This broadens the definition from schools that are just within or members of the NIA to any school from which a student athlete may cover. So it'll assist us with respect to that.
Okay, thank you. Kate, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I have a couple of things. So when we're looking at the way that they've changed this regulation or this definition for waiver, our original definition that we're looking at 125. Yeah, what we had sent them was the relinquishment or relief from one or more regulations of the association. The reason being was they felt it was a document, right? So now I'm a little bit concerned with the way they've reworded it to be a written agreement. Is it still going to be confusing that we're not talking about that it's, I mean, I guess it still makes sense because they're going to be given the waiver through their Activate written.
Which is in a sense, a written
Yeah, but I guess, okay, that's good. What about oral? I mean, are we really ever giving like a waiver orally? Should that be removed?
No, but I mean, it gives some discretion if there was a situation where that came up, so I gotta keep it broad.
Okay. I just want to make sure it wasn't vague. The other thing I have a concern with school, just thinking through this. Our transfer regulations right now say, you know, if you transfer from a school. They don't necessarily say member school. I'm trying to think if there's a situation now where their one-time transfers are gonna be an issue when they're coming from out of state, if they played a sport, let's say. We have the roster exception, if they came from out of state, they played basketball, we're giving the roster exception where they can play anything they didn't roster in, which is really a member school regulation we have, we're now extending that to out of. You know, what I'm saying, you get where I'm going with this, Tim?
Yeah, and I have a concern also because I'm thinking IMG. They come from IMG is not a member of the Florida Association, it's still a school.
Yeah, but this says.
This is
School
that
that
is a member of the high school.
And that's what I'm saying, what if they transfer in from a school that is not a member of their state association? There are a lot of schools out there that are not members of their state associations.
Just, what do we have out there? It's for basketball.
Yeah.
You know, yeah. Yes, Diego.
Bill Rivera, private school liaison. The issue is especially relevant to basketball, with all the prep schools that are not part of associations. And then the kids, like for instance, at Red Rock, they went to Red Rock, it's not part of this association for a year, and then they come back to the public school. You know, it's not that they're not a member, or they're not a member of the state association. So now we're at a point where they came from school, but it wasn't a state association.
I guess my concern with this is, I like the definition of school. But my concern is it creating a potential loophole for an extra year of eligibility?
We're pigeonhole ourselves by.
I'm saying I go play at a school that's not a member of an association for a year, and then come, my last school of membership may have been.
That's cool.
That's no, the school prior to that, and it looks like I just did have a gap,
It could be there for the school that they left.
or worse,
Yeah.
yeah.
I guess the one good thing is we're coming out of state, is they're moving, so their regulation, it's not the one-time transfer.
Right.
Those things don't come into play anyways, because they're gonna get eligibility based on who. Not on a one-time transfer, would only be like a Red Rock, when they're gonna hold them accountable to playing basketball on a Red Rock Academy, which is not.
We have a lot, we have comments, anything that boards. You know, so you look at all the Arizona prep schools in basketball, they're all boarding. So the family stays where they're at. For us, where the kid goes, for the like boarding situation. And then they try to come back after 1 year and go to a different school or whatever their situation is. How is that considered a factors in this new definition?
Yeah.
Question. IMG football, St. Francis and football, they don't belong to the state association. They are a non-traditional school. They're brick and mortar, but they have boarding. And when you include boarding, the parents are moving, the family's not moving, so it's not a family move situation. It is a student well agency. Even the military, that kids in Utah on the military school, for whatever reason, their situation, their family situation. They did not move, the kid left. And the family stayed, then the kid did whatever he needed to do and then moved back. And now, what's the situation in terms of that definition?
Jackson.
What if we, so follow me, Kate. School means any member school, comma, school that is a member of a high school athletic association, comma, or recognized by a Department of Education from outside of our state. In other words, they're accredited. Because those schools are accredited by someone.
Usually they're online,
They're,
they're
the
online
actual-
situation.
like
where they-
Red Rock Academy is not. Red Rock Academy uses Delta Academy or another academy.
Yeah, they use it all.
So like, are we saying because you're associating with another program, your kids have educate, they're just
The
a
club.
club?
Yeah.
You know, so currently, we're not penalizing those kids if they transfer from Red Rock,
Right.
you know, Delta, because they're really a homeschool kid that's just not playing at their own school, they're playing with an academy.
No, it's-
So I just don't want, I also just don't want to change whatever we do here that then changes those students' eligibility, or maybe we do, I don't know, I guess that's a question.
And I think you need to be careful, we don't start talking about the eligibility, I think we're talking about the definition of school.
No, and I understand
Yeah.
that, but then we have to. If it impacts all of our regulations that say, if you transfer from a school, because now that's the definition of school, so if we keep this. We may need to go back, if a regulation is specific to just our member schools. Then we need to change all of those regulations to say member school instead of just say school, because now school means. Anywhere in the country, and some of our regulations are very specific to transferring within our own state. Well,
So here's a quick comment. I'm looking at the letter that I sent to the LCB with this regulation and all the other ones that after the June meeting. And this is been taken from notes that I had at our June meeting when we approved this definition of school. And it was as follows. I said there are several references to the word school throughout NAC chapter 3B. But no definition as to what that term means. Based on the transitory nature of our society today, particularly in the Las Vegas area, the board felt it was important to define a school as any school that belongs to the NIAA or any other state association. So that's what we talked about in June. So now we're kind of going back.
Yeah.
But so.
just consideration.
I guess the question is, even though it's online, they belong to the state or something, right? Delta Academy has nothing.
Delta, yes.
But I mean, that's what I mean, if they're part of that school, even though they're playing club or somewhere else, the online schools have some state recognition as a level, you know, within the district, right? So if you went to, because I know, you have Delta, you have some private school ones that are like nationwide that I've had here that went to play for their national team and they had to go an online school to finish out their semester. But it's a nationwide accredited school. They're coming from that school, not from where they played.
Right.
Right, I mean, so it's still.
Yeah, so we're not, yeah, I think it's okay, I think I was just kind of working through if it made sense, and I don't want it to affect our transfer regulations where we are penalizing a kid that's playing at a club school now, you know what I mean, I just, or a club program while being homeschooled. I think it's okay, I just kind of want to talk through it and make sure that we weren't penalizing certain situations that we didn't before, and if we did, then if we are okay with doing that.
So what?
Go ahead, Tom.
So if you look at the change here, the prior definition basically just said school means any affiliate school or member school. So we had limited it to just Nevada, to schools that were within the association, our association. Now we broaden it to any school that's a member school of any high school athletic association, whether in Nevada or any other state. That's basically, that's all we did.
Mr. Jackson.
And that, Kate, I think I've got myself into a better position on this, simply because, while as you said, they'll still come with the transcript. And I think that kind of alleviates a little stress for me.
Yeah.
They're not gonna show up as, you know, nothing. They're gonna show up with transcript, or they're gonna be determined to have a transcript based on the school enrollment process and policy. So I think I'm better, I think I'm okay now. You're right, I just thought myself through.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Everybody okay? Need a motion? I'll do this side table. Debbie, did you have a comment?
No,
Oh, okay.
I was just moving my. Sorry.
We need a motion.
We both region 3, I move to approve the LCD file number R139-24 with the changes.
Okay, great, thank you very much. We have, first, we have a second. Any additional questions, comments at this time? Seeing none, hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, thank you. Approved.
Okay, so the last one, this is the big one. This is the one I've been talking about all day, this one-time transfer rule. First of all, I wanted to say this before we even started. Sometimes even with the legislative council here, it's been a trying experience for me and others that do it within the association here. But I have got to say, since June, the attorney at the LCB that was assigned to us, is a lady by the name of Carly O'Crane. And this lady was just amazing from the standpoint, I mean, I told her how important these regulations were to us, especially with another legislative session coming up, and how we wanted to get this approved, especially the one-time transfer rule, because our concern that we were going to see a bill introduced perhaps at this next legislature, and we would rather control how one-time transfer looks as opposed to letting the some Senate or senators try to write that for us. She was outstanding in getting everything back to me, the ones that you've already approved, and then this one. The only problem is this only came back to us last, I think, Wednesday or Thursday. I've had a chance to read through it a couple of times. Our Rules and Regulations Committee went through this in detail and in formulating how the one-time transfer rule is going to work. And it was really quite a process. And there's several of you that are on the board here that are on that committee also, and you recall the discussions. Reading through this, if you go to the first part, which would be page 128, the XXX column is what you start at section 2 there. And where it starts with the pupil who enrolls, and continue to the next page through this subsection 5 in blue there. That is the one-time transfer. Okay. What everybody needs to understand, and when we talked about the one-time transfer, the first thing that comes to mind is, hey, any kid who wants to transfer from any school, whatever, they get to do it, and they get to do it one time, and boom, they just go. Well, it's not quite that simple, because you look at our rules, we still have certain things that apply, and more importantly, we have school districts that have place restrictions on whether kids can transfer to one school or another school. Some schools are full, and there's no room if a kid was to transfer. So we had to look at that from the standpoint of still giving a school district the ability to, in essence, nix a transfer if there's not a seat for the kid. So when you go through this whole thing, that's kind of what we were doing was we were taking the various regulations that we have and trying to adapt them to the concept of a one-time transfer rule. And then having provisions, as we talked about earlier, where, okay, now the students exercise their one-time transfer. They're unhappy with, for whatever reason, and they want to go back to the school they came from, or they want to go to another school or whatever. How's that going to work? Well, this deals with that also from the standpoint of we're back to the situation we're in now, where they would have to go to a hearing to establish a hardship or another reason that would validate that transfer. We also left open what we already had in place and have had in place for years. We've always had a one-time transfer. It's just you only got JV or sub-varsity eligibility. That's caused issues throughout the state, especially at our lower levels, where we don't have sub-varsity sports, or in our, as I call them, our country club sports, golf,
tennis, skiing, things like that, where there's not a JV, there's just varsity. So we've always gotten appeals in cases like that, but this keeps that in place also. I guess, I'm being long-winded here, but the bottom line is, I don't know that I've had an opportunity to look at all the nuances and make sure that what we've got in this regulation complies exactly with what the Rules and Regulations Committee wanted sent to the LCB. And by that, and I'm not taking any shots at anybody, but I'm not sure the LCB got it exactly right. And so I think what the board ought to do is, one, look at this, and if there's discussions that we want to have here now, let's do that. But ultimately, I think the motion that should be made would be for this to go back to the Rules and Regulations Committee with authority to tweak any revisions that need to be made to the regulation that's come back, and then get it back to the LCB so that we can hopefully get it approved prior to the legislative session. Does that make sense? So I mean, you can take a look at it and certainly make it comments now, but I think the Rules and Regulations Committee would be the best body to determine if this is pretty much in order, or we can bring it back to the board again. We could have an emergency board meeting to just look at this once we get it revised again. It's an emergency.
I think right now, I like that recommendation that it goes back to the Rules and Regulation Committee, get another set of eyes on it again, bring it back in January. The next board meeting, or do you want it sooner?
I think it should go sooner.
Then if it is, then we will need an emergency meeting. Because once this is passed, and I'd like your opinion on this, Tim, well, everybody at the table, is that, let's say this passes prior to January, can we put a caveat in there that we do not begin this until July of 25 to affect the upcoming school year?
Thank you for bringing that up, Paul Anderson, legal counsel. That's something else I wanted to mention. That's a discussion that Kate and I have had. We've had it with our hearing officer, talking about this, that it wouldn't be fair to all the kids who were put in for transfers this year, have had hearings and may have been denied eligibility. It wouldn't be fair to implement it, in the middle of the 24-25 year. But yeah, that would be, I guess, what we'd like to another proviso to put on this was that it would become effective July 1, 2025. So be in effect for next school year.
And I'm on the record of having said that already, that the earliest we would possibly see this would be fall of 2020. I've said that numerous times, and I think we can write it well. But I don't think we should push for this to be NBC.
But we want it done.
Right, no, I agree, I want it done.
So with that said, and that's why I pretty much prior to saying what I did, is that, we can bring it back in January, but because we're getting close to
Too
the
close to the
legislature, I totally hear you. Okay,
Yeah, and just to reiterate with that, we also need major changes within Activate to fit this better and training of our schools. So that they understand how to help families. So there's quite a bit of work that needs to be done for them.
yes.
I just want to make sure, I didn't hear the end of the conversation. Is it we're gonna have an emergency meeting after it's committee? We're gonna do it that way, bring it back to us. Okay, I just didn't hear that ending of the answer to that.
Yeah, we'll go to the Rules and Regulation Committee, I'm sorry, Tim, and then, once that is done, and hopefully we can do that sooner than later, it will then have to call an emergency meeting.
Before to us, before else. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, perfect.
Mr. Jackson.
Just rough timelining this out. Kate's in charge of the Rules and Regulations Committee. I don't want to speak for her too much, but my vision would be we would have the Rules and Regulations Committee meeting in October, hammer it out, and then have the emergency board meeting early November. And that way we can have ready to go to the LCB in the middle of November. It would be a one-item emergency meeting, hopefully, with public comment on both ends.
Yes, Paul.
Calling out before, so are we taking an opportunity now to talk through this? Or-
Yeah, we like.
I think so, Kate, are you the writer this?
I wrote what we approved, and then when it goes to the LT, they rewrite it. So
Right,
this is,
right, so you initially, so I guess.
right, I have like my original writing, and then I have this, and I've taken a look at both to kind of see where some of the.
Right, so I guess when I asked would be, could you just take us through this?
Yeah.
Just because it's a couple parts that I would like to just hear.
Yep, Kate's regard for the record. So if you take a look at section 2, this is the language for the one-time transfer. This is different from what we submitted. However, I've taken a look at it. The intent is correct, and I believe they actually did a really good job in kind of rewording it to make sense. But essentially, do you want me to have to explain what it's saying?
Just, not to read it, yeah.
Yeah, so essentially what this is saying is whenever you are either enrolling the first time or transferring to a school, you can apply for the one-time transfer and get a waiver from any ineligibility that you would have otherwise gotten due to that transfer. There's a lot of different regulations that we have in play, whether you're going from a private to a public or, you know, you're out of your zone, things like that. You can apply for this one-time transfer if there would have otherwise been an ineligibility on your situation, okay? And then it just basically says that, you know, only need to do this once and it's applying for the regulations. And then any other transfer after that first transfer and you get your eligibility based on this would be then subjected to our transfer rule, which is 716. So we still have to have our transfer rule in place because there's going to be more than one transfer in some cases for kids, so we can't get rid of that. And that's basically what that says. So I honestly think this one, and Paul, I don't know if you took a good look at this one. This one actually does seem right in its intent.
Yes.
So a student at Harvard High School, can transfer to City Memorial High School, eligible for varsity.
If there's a way for them to get there, yes.
Oh, yeah, like.
Yeah, they get approved for a COPA, right, or a variance in their zone of attendance. They could get full eligibility, they haven't already used it. Yeah.
Yeah, make a lot of.
Okay, any questions on that one-time transfer? Yes.
Yeah, Bob, before I find out, just one point of clarification, I may be way off, okay? Section 3B says has not previously received a waiver pursuant to this section. This section is new.
Yes.
So if I've had a transfer, then this rule comes into play. I still have a one-time transfer. This section doesn't apply to me because this wasn't in place when I got that original transfer.
Yeah, I would agree with what you're saying, Bob. I mean, this will, whenever it goes into effect. If a student is enrolled in high school, they have the opportunity to transfer one time.
Regardless of what's happened before.
Yes.
Even if they've already transferred.
Good
Great question. That's a great question. Oh. No, it's gonna come up. That's the problem.
That's it.
Okay, anything else on 2? Good, okay, so 3, subsection 3 is, this is also a new regulation. This is part of our previous 716, which is our transfer rule. So our transfer rule used to say you're ineligible if you transfer, and then also had a section there, a subsection talking about if you transfer and have participated with a team or received instruction from somebody, you also are out and everything regardless of that transfer in any way you could get eligible. We call it the Oregon rule, following the coach rule, however you want to look at it. We had talked about it with RRP and you guys approved that. We wanted that separated out from our transfer rule to be a recruiting regulation, a new recruiting regulation essentially. And so my issue with the way that they redid this was they kept section 2 and 3 that goes to at the bottom of 129 and then section 3 and 130, which is referring back to a transfer rule, but they didn't quite, that shouldn't be in here at all, number one, and it didn't quite get exactly what we were going for with our new transfer rule either, because our new transfer rule, basically we're saying that you're ineligible in anything you rostered in the last 180 school days at your previous school. That's our new transfer rule that we had intended and we all approved. They kept some of this language in here, didn't quite hit the mark on it, and then also it's contradicting the 716 that we edited. So if that makes sense, we now have 2 transfer rules in this new regulation and 716 that contradict one another, and this is not the intent. So in my suggestion, what we'll talk about at the RRP meeting is to get rid of 2 and 3 from here and keep it just as 1A and B, which is what we had all kind of agreed on. But this is just a recruiting regulation that simply says, you know, if you follow a coach, you're out in everything for 100 weeks, which is.
How, what the definition of any athletic instruction?
It can be at, you know, a club event, they can be coached by them, in something outside the school. It can be a school team and that coach then needs to go to another school. So it's really any sort of instruction, private one-on-one coaching, anything of that nature, where they're basically have a relationship with that coach and know them for an athletic purpose prior to their transfer to that.
Yeah, so I just wonder if that's in the sense of like, I mean, athletic instruction could be like a conversation, right? And so I think I just wonder a specific about what that looks like on the question.
So one, I will say this regulation has been in existence. It's just language isn't new. So we have had this in existence. We've ruled on it several times. We've had level 2 regarding it. I mean, there's been a situation. So personally, I don't think it needs to be specified anymore. I think the broadness of it does kind of allow for a little bit of interpretation, which is nice because they might say, well, it specifically doesn't have to do this, but I want to do this. I don't know. Other opinions on it though?
No, I was not aware of it.
Yeah, it's been it's moving and kind of stuff.
So I agree, with Kate, we've had this rule for a very long time, and the vagueness has helped us with the determination.
Well, we had. Oh, absolutely, yes, we had a level 2 last year where it was a baseball player transferred from Foothill to Boulder City. The dad was coaching at Boulder City. And the dad was, well, you know, and this was being applied, and dad was like, I've been giving my son instruction since he was 2, you know, or whatever. And that made some sense. I forget how that came out. I agree that it's state way it's broad and then it could be that.
Yes,
We're able to apply this to not just teams, but even like individual lessons, they're like pitching, there's, you know, everything's so individualized now.
we've done that.
Yeah, and I will say just as a final note on this, if it were something where it was just like conversational, providing proof of that is very difficult anyway, so a lot of times if that's happening, it's probably not happening anyway. They're not actually on a roster on a team, and the footage of it, so that was it.
Thank you for that analysis, which is helpful to see. Just to have it summarized and make sure we all understand exactly what.
Yep. Okay, 130, section 4, really not too much change here. I would say of any of the ones in this section, this one's good. 712, basically instead of, we had suggested making a new definition for residential affidavit, but I think they did a good job in just adding it to the bottom of this regulation in a new subsection because it's only referenced in this one regulation. So to have a whole definition, it's not several different places amongst our regulations. I don't think it's necessary. Everything else was exactly as we had submitted, so I would say 712 is good to go. 716 is where we start to have some issues, and it's kind of coupled with 720 as well. 716 is our old transfer rule that basically just said, if you transfer from one school to another, you're presumed ineligible. They've kept in here 720, which was a regulation we had all agreed on when moving. So that's where it's hard to say how we need to fix this because I'm not sure their intent might have kept 720. But essentially what we wanted 716 to say is if you transfer from one school to another school, you're ineligible in any sport you rostered in the previous 180 school days. The roster exception and only looking at the last year. They have not included that language regarding the roster exception in the last 180 days. So I'm not sure the changes they made and why. So that would be something we'd have to kind of work through with Paul, with the RFP. But this is definitely a regulation where they changed it quite a bit from what we had originally had sent them. So this one I have a big issue with. And then 720 is a regulation about originally where we got rid of the section 1 was about if you transfer within the same zone of attendance. This is our private to charter to public, vice versa regulation, which they got rid of, and that's good. We want to keep that. But then they have kept a section about zoning. And what we had done is really put all our zoning and rezoning regulations into one. And so I'm not sure why they kept 720, because we moved it into 736 and put them all together. And then again, that's gonna affect 716 because they kept language about as otherwise provided in 720, which I don't think that needs to be there. So I guess it's just reworking some of that to see their reasoning and if we can come to a consensus on what makes sense. But I definitely think 716 needs to be looked at because that was intended and it's not really clear here. So 6, like I said, is that rezoning regulation that we need to figure out, you know, I think it just needs to put in 736 altogether. And then, section 7, the bottom of 133, I don't understand because if you look at 142-24, the one we just went through, it repealed 728 fault, and then now they have the language back here. I don't know what they're doing there. So that one, we had already repealed in a previous, and it was good to go. And then they re-put the whole thing into here. So again, just a question as to what they got going on with that one. Section 7 is our homeschool regulation, or sorry, section 8, bottom of 134 out of 135 is our homeschool regulation. This was exactly as we had sent it, so I would say that one's fine. And then section 9 on 136, this is our rezoning zoning regulation where we had added 720 to this, the other regulation that talks about zoning, and they did not add that section, they just had 720. So again, reworking that to see what their reasoning was and not combining those two. And then lastly, two more here. So 10, section 10 is 744. This is our out of zone regulation that we do want to keep for any transfers that are out of zone. They still have to use their one-time transfer. We have to have the regulations in place in case you transfer again out of zone or after you've transferred once. This was pretty good regarding their language. I didn't really have any issues with this one. It's reworded a little from what we sent them, but it's as we intended to basically say, you know, you're ineligible at any varsity sport for your first 180 days. And then obviously you can use your one-time transfer to overcome that ineligibility for varsity. So that one I would say is pretty good. And then section 11, 722 is repealed, and that is what we asked for. So really, I think it's just a matter of taking a look at 716, our transfer rule, 720, and that's really it. So most of them are pretty good from what my analysis is initially.
Keep that analysis. Yeah.
They're all stuck in my brain. I can't unknow them, unfortunately.
Okay, so at this time, we're in agreement that this will go back to the Rules and Regulation Committee. We will then decide when we will have an emergency board meeting. And then we will proceed from there. Anybody else, anything else to add? Mr. Anderson? Did you have a question?
I don't have.
Wait.
Yeah, section 9, A and B, it says public high school, the state agreement, talk about if you have one child, and then it moves, and one child's playing at one school, and another child comes to the other school. Should that say public, private, charter, or?
No, because this just deals with rezoning by public schools.
Okay, so
It only deals when the schools rezone, such as, you know, when a new school's built in a large.
so it's not an issue then, okay,
Yeah, it's only gonna apply to public schools.
got it.
We good with that? Yes, here's.
So the 180 school days, referring to a year basis.
Yeah.
Some schools are going away from 180 days. Like in Churchill County, 173, something like that.
Because they go 4 days.
Every other week's 40. I don't know if I can ever fix that, or unless it's the school year.
Good point. Yeah, because we have a number of schools that are 4 days. We have a small percentage.
If you go to see totally different year.
Yeah, change our calendar year.
And for school,
We really do calendar year in most,
calendar school year.
Upon enrollment or.
I don't want calendar year.
Calendar year
Sorry.
doesn't work because they transfer within.
I don't want calendar year. That's not why I don't want calendar year.
Washoe, when do you start?
August 13th.
August 13th, Clark, you started?
Around this.
And then you have winter break, spring break, and so 180 school days is a more set number as opposed to a school year. Because it could fall into a situation where a kid, I know this is gonna sound weird, but 180 school days, 180 school days. And I understand we might have to make the adjustment for the 4, but there is an inadvertent punishment to a school that starts later in August when a kid transfers from a school that started earlier in August, and we punish them for maybe the first 4 weeks of the season because their school started later in August. You understand what I'm saying? You can actually play football, volleyball, cross-country, tennis, any fall sport 1-2 weeks before your school year officially starts. But if we say, school year, and you go from one to the other, there's an inadvertent punishment there that I don't think is intentional, and there's an inadvertent aversion to it going the other direction. So I think we need to be careful how we word that if we're gonna change it.
Paul,
So Paul Anderson, legal counsel, the 180 school day references throughout our regulations came from basically the Nevada Department of Education. The Nevada Department of Education requires 180 school days for a school year. And some school districts and schools have gone to, 410s or whatever, 4-day week or whatever. But the number of minutes still equate to 180 school days, ultimately. So I think we're fine still using that. It would either be that or a school calendar year or July 1 to June 30 or something like that. But that would involve massive change within our regulations because there's so many references to the 180 school days throughout the weeks. And I think we have the intent still there.
any further discussion? Okay. We are now going to go, oh, we need a motion to wait.
Point Bolton Region 3, I went to send this to the Rules and Regulations Committee for review and changes will be sent back to LCD. Right?
With a virtual board meeting in between, yeah. Okay. We have a first, Keith, we have a second. Any further discussion, questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, the ayes have it. Okay. Now let's go to page 92. We are going to go to closed session. We're going to do something a little different than we've done in the past. I'm just going to read the statement on 92. Closed session to receive information from legal counsel for the NIAA regarding potential or existing litigation involving matters over which the NIAA has supervision, control, jurisdiction, or advisory power. At this time, we're going to do things a little bit different because I will need a motion immediately to go into closed session
For the purposes of.
for the purposes of what I just read. Wait,
Point Bolton Region 3, I moved to move into closed session.
okay, I have a first, Linda. We have a second. Further discussion, question, hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, just to also let the public know, and those around the table, that there will be no action on any items that are about to be discussed. With that said, also, the following people I am going to ask to remain in this room. All voting members, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Jackson, and Miss Wonder. Anyone else? You are dismissed. Thank you.
For the day.
Yeah.
For the day. Thank you.
Dinner at 6.
This is it.
I'm stopping the video and the